All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Peter Otaki, and I'm honored to serve as mayor this year. To my right is Councilmember Catherine Carlton. To my left is Councilmember Kirsten Keith. Council members Klein and Mueller will be joining us I think a little later, I think after 7. We're now going to commence the special session of the Menlo Park City Council with a very special presentation on preparedness, and I'd like to introduce our police chief, Police Chief Dave Bertini.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this very important issue tonight, and I'm here to introduce who is going to be presenting. From the United States Geological Survey, USGS, we have geographer and GIS specialist Jamie Jones, and who's going to speak about the Hayward scenario in which it is anticipated of a possible earthquake on the Hayward Fault that could cause some very significant ramifications to our community. Also presenting tonight will be Sergeant Aaron Dixon from the Menlo Park Police Department, who is our emergency preparedness supervisor, along with Ryan Zollicoffer from the Menlo Park Fire District, who is the emergency manager. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good evening, Jamie, and welcome.
Good evening. We're waiting for the technology to work. All right, sorry for the delay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie Jones. I work for the USGS here in Menlo Park. Along with a number of other scientists, developers, and partners, have been working on the Hayward earthquake scenario for the past few years. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll be giving you a brief overview into the Hayward scenario, what it is, what hazards could be expected, and some initial observations on potential damages and restoration for the scenario. The Hayward Fault is the most urbanized active fault in the United States. The fault has a 33% probability of producing a large magnitude earthquake between now and 2043. The last time the Hayward Fault ruptured was on October 21st, 1868. The southern portion of the fault generated a magnitude 6.8 earthquake. The Hayward scenario main shock is a hypothetical magnitude 7.0 earthquake occurring on April 18, 2018 at 4:18 p.m. on the Hayward Fault at a depth of approximately 8 kilometers underneath the city of Oakland. This event would be larger than the 1868 earthquake and would affect thousands of structures and disrupt millions of lives. While major investments have been made in the region since the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake to mitigate earthquake impacts, many vulnerabilities still remain to be addressed. The Hayward scenario is a single large but plausible event, which is considered realistic but not worst case. This is an event that anyone who lives or works in the San Francisco Bay region needs to be ready for. The Hayward scenario makes use of the best current hazard science to look at ground shaking, landslides, and liquefaction, aftershocks, and fault slip. By bringing many experts and partners to the table to exchange information, we are able to use insights from these interactions to provide products that fit users' needs. Hayward goes beyond the hazard science, also examining the engineering impacts and social consequences of the scenario in detail. Currently comprising nearly 600 pages of research, analysis, and synthesis, the hazard science and engineering impacts have been released to the public, with the social consequences slated for release in time for the 150th anniversary of the 1868 Hayward earthquake in October this year. The ground shaking simulation you're about to see, if we can get this to go.
Can I ask, is there any way that we can put this up on our screen the way we... Did they fix it? Sorry, it just makes it easier for us to read.
There we go. Okay. The ground shaking simulating you're seeing is showing the propagation of shaking as a result of the Haywire main shock, with a point of view starting in San Jose looking up the Hayward Fault. In the Haywire main shock, the rupture of the Hayward Fault starts beneath the southeast Oakland and in less than a minute travels along more than 83 kilometers of the fault's length at speeds as great as 11,000 kilometers per hour. As the fault break reaches the Earth's surface, it damages roads and buried pipelines and electrical conduits that cross the fault from Hayward to the north. The main shock produces severe shaking and moderate to heavy damage in the East Bay and Silicon Valley, and widespread strong shaking throughout the region. San Francisco Bay region residents feel ground shaking that lasts 30 seconds or longer, and many people have difficulty walking and standing. Shaking intensity depends on the earthquake epicenter's location, the earthquake's magnitude, the directivity of the fault slip, the surface geology, and the amount of the fault slip. In San Jose, we see here, the soft soils of the Evergreen Basin help to magnify the ground shaking. Effects and destruction from the fault rupture and ground shaking are severe, but adding to this are a cascade of other hazards, including liquefaction, landslides, and fire following the earthquake. One technology that is currently being increasingly utilized in California is earthquake early warning. This system, known here as Shake Alert, which is currently in its beta form, can give users the magnitude of an earthquake that has just occurred, the shaking intensity that may be felt in the user's area, and how much time in seconds the user may have until they feel the most intense shaking. Earthquake early warning works because an earthquake generates multiple types of waves: faster but weaker primary, known as P waves, and the slower, stronger secondary S waves and surface waves. The farther away from the earthquake epicenter a location is, the more time there is between the arrival of the P waves and the S waves and surface waves. Combining this with near instantaneous information transmission and using current communications technology, a warning can be provided to people. This warning can be used for various purposes. For example, people can drop cover and hold on. Fire stations could begin opening their bay doors. Train systems could slow down trains in anticipation of shaking. For the haywired scenario, Menlo Park could receive up to 4 to 8 seconds of warning for potential strong or very strong shaking. The haywired scenario main shock causes slip, which is the relative movement between the opposite sides of a fault along much of the Hayward Fault. Fault slip is a concern because lifelines, structures, other assets crossing the fault need to be able to accommodate any potential slip occurring during the earthquake and in the days, weeks, and months following the event. In this scenario, the rupture extends between Fremont and San Pablo Bay, producing up to 2 meters of slip in places. However, the Hayward Fault is a creeping fault, which means we can expect afterslip to occur in areas with less surface offset from the main shock occurring. For example, this could occur between Oakland and Berkeley in this area here. Fault rupture and surface slip are not a direct concern to Menlo Park. The fault doesn't pass through the city. However, many people commute from the East Bay to other portions of the Bay Area, and fault rupture and surface slip could have an impact on transportation networks and other lifelines, cutting people off either from work or from home. Another hazard the Hayward scenario deals with is liquefaction. Liquefaction is a type of earthquake-induced ground failure in which solid ground, generally soft, water-saturated soils, temporarily transform into a softened or liquefied state during strong shaking. Liquefaction can cause foundations of buildings to sink and crack, pipelines to fracture, and dams and levees to be damaged. The haywired scenario main shock produces liquefaction probabilities of up to 75% in some sediment-based creek beds and basins, and in some portions of the San Francisco Bay margin over in Santa Clara and Alameda counties. For this, probability is defined as the percentage of land in a liquefaction probability class that could potentially liquefy. In the Menlo Park area, liquefaction probabilities fall between 5 and 10% for the majority of the city, with the lands adjacent to the bay showing 20 to 30% liquefaction probability. Liquefaction could damage water distribution pipelines, roadways, other lifeline infrastructure, which could then slow down emergency response and recovery efforts. Landslides are another hazard that Haywire has to deal with. Those are triggered by ground shaking and are dependent on geologic material strength and slope. For the haywired scenario main shock, high landslide probabilities are mostly found in the East Bay foothills and the Santa Cruz Mountains. These areas generally have steep slope gradients and have generated landslides in the past, though some areas with gentler slope gradients in higher shaking areas or higher slope gradients in lower shaking areas could also produce some landslides. For the Hayward scenario, landslides are not a hazard that would directly affect the city. But like other hazards caused by the Hayward scenario main shock, the larger impacts to Menlo Park would be indirect. For example, road networks could be cut by landslides blocking roads, preventing employees and emergency responders from the East Bay getting to the peninsula and vice versa. The Hayward scenario main shock could also cause around 670 fire ignitions needing response from a fire department. 90% of these ignitions would occur in Alameda, Contra Costa, and Santa Clara counties. Approximately 2/3 of these fires would be too large for a single engine to contain, leading to possible conflagrations where you're dealing with fires that could burn tens of city blocks. Millions of square meters of building floor area could be destroyed, hundreds of people could be killed, and nearly $30 billion of property losses, this is a combination of building and content loss, could occur. The Hayward scenario main shock produces some fire losses for Menlo Park, with the majority of these losses being due to liquefaction damages affecting the water distribution system. Okay. Large earthquakes are generally accompanied by additional nearby earthquakes over the days, weeks, months, and sometimes years following the main earthquake. The Hayward scenario aftershock sequence produces 175 magnitude 4 or greater earthquakes and was developed using statistics about numbers, magnitudes, and locations of earthquakes in previous earthquake sequences. 16 of the magnitude 4 or greater earthquakes are at magnitude 5 or greater, with the largest aftershock being a magnitude 6.4 earthquake with its epicenter near the city of Cupertino. The Hayward aftershock sequence moves to the southern portion of San Francisco Bay, but more aftershocks could certainly occur closer to the Hayward Fault and closer to San Francisco as well. 11 of the 16 magnitude 5 or greater aftershocks occur in the South Bay. Menlo Park would experience repeat shaking from these events and would be near the epicenter of many of these magnitude 5 or greater aftershocks. Several of them occur in Palo Alto, one is Atherton, one is actually Menlo Park, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Santa Clara. Repeat shaking can be problematic for structures and for lifelines. For example, if structure or lifeline repairs have not been completed before the aftershock shaking occurs, then these damages are going to accumulate, and you're just going to have to deal with potentially more repairs. Excuse me there. Following a major earthquake, building damages and utility restoration are important concerns for the people in the affected region. The International Building Code, which is what the California Building Code is based on, was developed to ensure that fewer than 1% of buildings would collapse after a major earthquake as long as these buildings are in their regular lifespan. Building occupants should be able to evacuate a building after an earthquake, but the building will not necessarily be occupiable after the fact. Even if a building is unsafe but not collapsed, buildings adjacent to it may be marked as unsafe for life safety reasons. Hayward scenario building damages were estimated using FEMA's HAZUS loss estimation application. The building damage ratio map I show here shows the estimated building damage as a result of the entire Hayward earthquake sequence. So this would be the sum of the damages from the main shock and all 16 magnitude 5 or greater earthquakes, divided by the total replacement value for the building stock by census tract. The tracts closest to the bay have the highest building damage ratio for Menlo Park at over 10%. The majority of the city's damages are in the 5 to 10% range, however. The Hayward scenario looks at water restoration using custom analyses for East Bay Municipal Utility District and San Jose Water Company based on their water distribution systems, and a more general HAZUS-based restoration analysis for other areas in the San Francisco Bay region. Restoration times under current conditions, which means there's been no new system hardening, no backup systems have been installed aside from what's there now, range from complete restoration within 30 days for Marin, Santa Clara, and San Francisco counties to as many as 210 days for Alameda and Contra Costa counties. San Mateo County could expect 35% of their service restored within 7 days, with full service restored within 90 days under the current conditions. If pipes that are at risk are replaced and a fuel plan is put in place, then 41% of San Mateo County service could be restored within 7 days, still with full restoration being completed within 90 days. The pipeline break map that we show here is actually for San Jose water for the main shock. The majority of the pipeline breaks that we see here occur in the northern portion of the city, which is partially due to higher ground shaking there and partially due to liquefaction. San Jose Water could have around 1,000 pipe repairs to deal with, and if the agency were to implement a full fuel plan, losses could be reduced by 25%. The remainder of the results I'm showing here are preliminary. These are things that we're hoping to release later this year. County power restoration was estimated using HAZUS, as several of the others have been done. Preliminary results show that the largest numbers and percentages of households without power on the first day are in Alameda and Santa Clara counties. Alameda County takes the longest to restore power to 90% of its households, with nearly 17% of households still having no power after 1 week. Santa Clara County is second, with about 7% of households still needing power restored. By the end of the first week following the haywired main shock, only 6% of households are without power, and by the end of the first month, less than 2% of households are without power. A fraction of 1% of households will potentially still lack power after 3 months from the main shock occurring. Related to this power loss, we also look at elevators. Power loss estimates for the haywired main shock suggest that 22,000 people could be trapped in 4,500 stalled elevators, based on national statistics on elevator numbers, number of elevators with emergency power, and the fraction of those elevators that are occupied and in motion at the time of the event. If newer elevators were provided with emergency power, the number trapped in elevators could be reduced to 14,000 people in 3,000 elevators. And just to correct something I said earlier, Santa Clara County would be about 9% of households left without power after 1 week, as opposed to 7, which I believe is what I said prior. Aside from the 2014 South Napa earthquake, the San Francisco Bay region has not had a large magnitude earthquake since the internet and other wired and wireless information technology usage became commonplace. Since HAZUS does not have a model to estimate telecom restoration, we have derived restoration curves based on a number of workshops and expert consultations. Preliminary results suggest that user behavior will drag down restoration for these systems within the first week due to a large number of calls overwhelming the system capacity and causing congestion. If voice and data service restoration depend on electric power restoration, then that restoration is going to lag behind the power system being restored. This is not generally the case in the Bay Area, however. Sites have backup power with batteries that last a few hours, and they also have generators that have fuel for a few days. After a few days, engine generators for sites and cell sites on wheels and trucks could be brought in. Because these strategies override the dependence on electric power, we could have voice and data, but no power. So one thing to keep in mind is you may need to have backup power for various devices. Finally, in order to provide a more complete picture of how the region could be affected by a major earthquake, BART and Caltrans completed analyses of their networks for shaking caused by the haywired scenario main shock. BART assessed the core BART system, the system built between 1966 and 1976, incorporating any seismic retrofits that had been completed since 2008. The majority of the stations had little to no damage from the haywired scenario main shock, but some stations in areas with the highest shaking were more likely to need repairs. Residents who commute to or from the East Bay could have issues following a haywired scenario earthquake if stations were damaged severely enough to not be operable. Caltrans has also reviewed and retrofitted all highway bridges and ran shakecasts to examine potential impacts. Although road and highway networks are sufficiently dense in most places in the region, heavy traffic following a major earthquake could significantly impede emergency responders. Emergency teams coming from outside the region may also be delayed due to traffic disruptions at locations like 101, north of the Golden Gate Bridge, south of San Jose, and westbound interstates 80 and 580. So that is Haywired in a nutshell. Over 600 pages of material, more material still to be published later this year, and a lot of information to process. To help with distilling Haywired down to its core, the Outsmart Disaster campaign was initiated in conjunction with the public Haywired rollout last month. This uses the Haywired scenario as an impetus to start conversations about preparedness at home, at work, and in the community. Future Haywired updates will also be announced on the website, which is www.outsmartdisaster.com. I have also provided a fact sheet for council members. One is for a summary of the Haywired scenario, and one is a summary of the Shakecast earthquake early warning system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jamie. We'll probably have questions after we go through the presentations. Thank you. And I don't know if it'll be Sergeant Dixon or Ryan Zolokoffer, but
It'll be
Sergeant, how are you?
It'll be me, sir.
Good evening.
This way. Me to begin with, and then over to Ryan. So we're going to talk about the elected official guide emergency management and elected officials' roles during an emergency. Before we get into that, we're going to review incident management, then the elected officials' roles. We're going to talk about emergency proclamations.
Before we get into this too far, is there any way that we can fix this so we can see this on our screen? It's very, very difficult for us to see the details. We can't set that up. Okay, thank you.
My screen is showing everything, so I don't know if there's, yeah, my screen's showing.
I believe we're limited on screens when we're using a setup device.
Oh, so you can only use 2 screens up here?
2 or 3, I think.
Oh, so maybe this screen is working. Yeah, because it's yeah, perfectly clear on this one.
Switch the monitors? Yes. No, we can't change it from text into that end now.
Great, and I'll look on this screen
Yeah,
as
you
well.
want to scoot over and share?
Yep. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So finally, we're going to talk about some resources available to the city council members on the information that we're going to present. Before we get into city council rules, we'll talk about the standardized emergency management system, which was developed in California after the 1991 East Bay Hills fire, where we realized we had some shortcomings in interoperability between different agencies, different jurisdictions. So they came up with a system, the Standardized Emergency Management System, or SEMS, which provided a framework for everybody to sort of work off the same language and the same equipment. We being the city of Menlo Park, has adopted the Standardized Emergency Management System for managing emergency incidents. And what's really important about that is that we have to follow the Standardized Emergency Management System in order to be eligible to receive funding for personnel costs and other costs related to an emergency. Anytime we activate the Emergency Operations Center, which we'll talk about in a minute, or when an emergency is proclaimed. What the Standard Emergency Management System looks like is the chart that you see here. There's management, which provides overall direction and sets priorities for an emergency. There's the operations group underneath management, which implements those priorities. There's planning and intelligence, which gathers and evaluates the information and develops the city's EOC action plan. There's the logistics group, which is responsible for obtaining the resources to support operations during the emergency. And then there's the finance and administration group, which tracks costs related to the event. So the federal government, after 9/11, realized they needed something similar, a standardized response, and they used California as the role model for that, the SEMS system as a role model for that, and they created the National Incident Management System, which, again, is the same idea. It's a nationwide standardized approach to incident management and response. So NIMS, the command structures are based on the following key organizations. There's Incident Command System, or ICS. There's Multi-Agency Coordination Systems, or MACS. And then Public Information Systems. There are other key components such as preparedness, resource management, communications and information management, and supporting technologies. So since I mentioned the Emergency Operations Center, I'll give you an idea of what they look like. This one here is the EOC that we have here in the city of Menlo Park. It's located next door in the police department in one of our conference rooms, and we assemble it each time we have an emergency. And this one here is kind of like a dream EOC. It's a Southern California utilities or electric company called Edison, and they have, obviously, it's an amazing EOC. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan for elected official general responsibilities. Bring it.
Great. Great, thank you, Aaron. So I'm going to go over briefly the elected officials' roles and responsibilities during a significant event here in City of Menlo Park. First off, it's very important to understand that by government law and the municipal code here at the City of Menlo Park, that the emergency service director is by default the city manager. City manager is responsible for activating the emergency operation plan as well as the emergency operations center. They will set the overall general strategic policies and plans associated with how the city will govern itself during a state of emergency. The mayor and the council members will serve as a conduit between the public and the city in regards to internal affairs associated with that particular event.
By the way, Ryan, if I can interrupt on this, what he's very politely saying is we stay out of the EOC and let them do their work, but that we're in a policy group which is nearby, and we help facilitate the communications. Sorry.
No, and I'll speak on that briefly as far as when we get into the emergency proclamation. You may hold public meetings. It's important that you hold public meetings during the event associated with getting feedback from the community as far as the incident action plan that was developed in the Emergency Operations Center. There will be a group of folks who are trained and qualified to be carrying out the tasks associated with that particular disaster. Throughout the progress of that event, that is the part where the elected officials will be involved as far as associated with measuring those actions and finding out from the community if we're meeting those expectations. There's a possibility that there might be litigations after response. We're seeing that now in the Coyote Creek event as far as early notification and warning, as far as what the city could do better. Those things will possibly come about if there's something that the community has found out as far as an area that we could have prevented or mitigated. A lot of those things we would address in our local hazard mitigation plan as far as the estimated risk and losses. So if we can go about deterring that, that's where we want to do that at. Regular updates associated with our actions in the Emergency Operations Center will come from the planning section chief. The city manager is responsible for letting the elected officials know exactly where we're at in regards to the incident action plan. They call this a sit rep or a sit status report. Those reports will be coming out from the Emergency Operations Center and be provided to the mayor and the elected officials to give you progress on the actions that have been taken. I have behind me Jeff Norris from the operational area, San Mateo County. He is the liaison for our area. He will be looking for an initial damage estimate as far as our loss within our city, and the responsibility for the Emergency Operations Center is to roll that information up to the county as well. The elected officials will also serve as a liaison to the county and to the state in regards to advocating on behalf of any financial aid or any possible public assistance programs that our city may qualify for. It's important that we also hold public meetings as far as possible city hall or town hall meetings associated with our recovery efforts so that we can get the feedback from the community associated with the recovery efforts. Your role will also be to work with the public information officer to get information from them associated with communications and messaging. the Joint Information Center or the Joint Information System that Aaron talked about as far as NIMS. These are some of the acronyms associated with how public information is developed and how we go about multi-jurisdictional communication overall. We will be briefing the elected officials as far as what we're going to communicate to the public and what actions need to be taken. It's important that elected officials from time to time visit any shelters that are open to understand any issues or address any concerns that you might see as an opportunity for us to rectify in an event. The mayor and the elected officials will also look at the long and short-term plan associated with the Emergency Operations Center Action Plan. In the EOC, we work off a 12-hour operational period. From that period, we'll be developing specific objectives associated with how we're going to address the event and what resources that we'll need. Those informations and those plans will be provided to the elected officials as far as for approval, as far as how we're going to go about implementing it. In regards to emergency proclamation, it's important that if the resources are breached within the city's capacity as far as what we're normally not used to doing, that we file an emergency proclamation. This emergency proclamation allows the city to be able to receive public assistance funds from the state and from the federal government. Once a proclamation is declared, the city has to sign off on it within 7 days, and you have to address it every 30 days going forward until the emergency is declared stable. During an emergency proclamation, there might be times where you have to take extraordinary police powers where you might implement curfews or you might restrict access to certain areas or the neighborhood. Those are the times where in this emergency proclamation where you are given by law the ability to do that. It also provides immunity to your public employees from a possible incident as far as things that they're normally not used to doing. Media relations, as far as media relations, the PIO, we talked about the Public Information Officer. They'll be responsible for releasing the information. They'll be working with the city manager and the police chief and the fire chief as far as what information would be going out and how that's going to be communicated. There's a part where the mayor will be the one to deliver that message to the community. Okay. Peter, did you want to address that?
Do you want me to cover, or did you have anything else prior to this?
No, I was going to get to the resource part at the end. We provided you with a city council guide as far as the emergency operation plans, as far as how to go about declaring an emergency proclamation, as far as public information messaging and alert notifications. And the court's Senior Officials Guide 902, which is an elected officials guide to training and better preparing the elected officials.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
oh, great.
Let me
There's
go
the
back.
resources for you. Okay, great. So I added this slide because back several years ago I took a course provided by these Centers for Disease Control called Crisis and Emergency Risk Communication. I brought some information, but because each of us has been a mayor and maybe as part of our rotation a mayor, I thought it would be useful to go through some of these points that this course came out of interviews with government leaders in a variety of different types of emergencies, ranging from the Oklahoma City bombing, 9/11, SARS, different types of incidents about 10 years ago. And based on those interviews, the CDC compiled some tips. I am taking a 2-day course and trying to encapsulate it down into a couple of bullet points. So their theme is be first, be right, and be credible, meaning that our agency, our city needs to be out there even when we don't have all of the information. but to be able to deliver the information that we have. Key points: express empathy early. While that's probably pretty common sense during an incident, and you're trying to think of what are you going to say to the public, that's certainly the first thing that you want to express the tragedy and make sure that people understand, because what they've found from studies is unless that's acknowledged, people aren't able to then get past that and listen to the information. There are two aspects to the information: what we know now versus what we don't know, but we're trying to find out. And you want to be able to cover both of those so that residents have a better understanding of what's happening. And then another key aspect is to promote action steps, because that helps to reduce stress. What to do if you're impacted, for residents that are impacted. And then, particularly in a press conference type setting, how can either the people who are watching the report or the press conference can help those that are impacted and our community. Those are all actionable steps that help those who are impacted be able to take action and improve their situation, and certainly allow those who aren't impacted to be able to help. And then another key element is to report the time of the next briefing, so that there's an understanding that that this information and communication will continue to flow. One of the interviewees, I think the governor of Oklahoma, was saying, in contrast, it's very frustrating on an airplane when there's a delay or some mechanical issue and there's no information from the cockpit, right? And everyone's wondering what's going on. Mm-hmm. In this type of a situation, particularly given the magnitude of a crisis, it's important that that we help to convey the information that's coming out of the EOC and help to get that out to our community. And then finally, it goes without saying to use simple terms, avoid jargon, avoid acronyms, which I know we often tend to get into, but to try and keep it simple, particularly during a crisis. And I have some of these materials which I'm happy to share with my colleagues here. I have a couple of follow-up questions, if I could, while we have a few minutes left. And first of all, thank you very much, all three of you, for presenting. Ryan, I know the fire district does an annual exercise of the joint EOC, right?
Right, the Multi-Agency Coordination Center?
Yes.
Right. We do an annual exercise with all the three municipalities in the unincorporated area at our Multi-Agency Coordination Center every year. We do it typically for the Great Shakeout, but this year we'll actually be running an exercise between all the independent municipalities, so that they have an opportunity to actually practice within their own EOC, so they can be more prepared and comfortable with the equipment and the resources prior. But we do a joint exercise between all four entities. But this year we'll also be doing an independent exercise to see what the capabilities are within each jurisdiction's emergency operations center.
Great, perfect. So typically emergencies like this aren't necessarily a single jurisdiction, but in fact impact our neighboring jurisdictions as well. And so the Multi-Agency Coordination Center is designed to facilitate that, right?
To Aaron's point, when he talks about the Standardized Emergency Management System, one of the core components in there is MAC, which is a Multi-Agency Coordination Center, where if neighboring jurisdictions can form a centralized center where they have their stakeholders and their teams in place where they can make decisions jointly between multi-jurisdictions. It helps the operational area, which is San Mateo County, with prioritizing resources and equipment and to a singular area versus an independent locality.
Okay,
So-
great. Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to mention, Jeff Norris from San Mateo County OES. One of the key things I wanted to encourage folks that are watching, please sign up for smcalert.info. It's the alerting system that the county provides. We also have our local, like Nixle and other local messaging, but certainly SMC Alert is very helpful in a regional type emergency. And Councilmember Carlton and I serve on the San Mateo County OES Emergency Services Council, which helps to guide San Mateo County OES and appreciate the support of County OES. Also, I wanted to mention that, Tom Prosing is here. He is part of the Fire District CERT Leadership Advisory Committee, and I wanted to mention that on June 23rd, which I believe is a Saturday, correct, Tom? There will be a Menlo Park Community Emergency Drill at Fremont Park between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m., correct? Correct. Okay, thank you. So wanted to encourage, I know a couple of us are CERT trained, and so it's, and want to put a plug in for CERT training. Finally, I also wanted to mention, as part of the Haywired launch, I know the California State Office of Business, Consumer Services, and Housing is launching a Business Preparedness Challenge program. I think that is part of the Outsmart Disaster website, and I wanted to potentially acknowledge that that might be something, Fran, you and I might want to spend some time with and see if we can circulate that around. It's designed to encourage small business preparedness. Certainly would be, I think, a good thing for us to do. Any questions? Councilmember Keith.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight and for giving us that presentation. I really appreciate it. I know this is something that we all hope that we will never need this information, but we may. And I really appreciate that you're here to present it and give it to us. I was just in Kauai where they had major flooding on the North Shore, and obviously there's a volcano erupting now, and there are earthquakes on the Big Island. And so you just never know when something could happen. So it's always good to be prepared. And I mean, I'm speaking for myself as well, trying to make sure I have things in the garage or outside the garage in case the garage falls in the event of an earthquake. Hopefully people have their water outside. We did something, what was it, with CERT about 5 years ago, where we bought a lot of 50-gallon containers, the blue containers for water, and I have one in my side yard still, and if you don't have one, please consider getting one soon, because it's good just to have it so that you've got some water, and obviously also you can use your water heater water if you have to, and other things, but you just never know when these things are going to happen. And I was saying up here, we've all been mayor because we rotate every year, and I hope that we never need these proclamations and never have to implement them. I did admire that emergency services office that you showed from Edison, so Cal Edison, and PG&E has something similar now in the East Bay after the San Bruno disaster, an amazing emergency services office, and I'm sure you've all been there and seen that. And so I want to just thank you for that information. And then also, we have the Director of Emergency Services, which is our city manager, and then we also have the emergency manager, and that would be somebody in our fire or in our police department. And so that's Ryan at this point, right? Or who is that right now?
That would be me,
Okay,
right?
right. And I think that's important to note, that we all have your cell number and a way to reach you. And then one of the other things I liked, what you put in the booklet, was to not, I mean, sometimes cell phones won't work, obviously, if they're not charged or they're not, the battery's dead. But I liked how you also reminded people to carry in their wallets and their purse and important phone numbers that you might need during an emergency in case your phone doesn't work, but somebody else's around you might. So I thought that was a really good point to bring out too. So thank you very much.
Definitely, and I want to echo your encouragement to residents about updating or creating their earthquake kits. It's something that we tend to take for granted and kind of dismiss, but I do appreciate that you mentioned that. Councilmember Carlton.
I was just going to say also for the residents that haven't taken the CERT course yet, there are other ways you can get involved as well. My husband and son are currently studying for ham radio, which is actually critical in communication as these things go through. I volunteered to be one of the people that the search and rescue dogs find, which is actually quite fun on a Saturday morning to go crawl in a bunch of concrete and hide, and the dogs come and find you and pull you out. There are a lot of ways to get involved and to educate yourself and get your family involved as well. And thank you very much for all the great work you guys do, and ladies.
Chief Bertini.
Yeah, I want to thank you for all your comments, and thank you for allowing us to present on this very important topic. You know, a lot of it has been made about, you know, be ready for 72 hours, and I would even caution people that that's not enough time. We're talking now, if you look at some of the disasters that we've had nationwide, 5 to 7 days maybe, where you may be on your own. There's very few of us that are able to go out and assist, and it's really going to take neighbor helping neighbor, and the CERT program is really one of those things that allows neighbors to help neighbors. So that's really going to be very important if this, God forbid, were ever to happen and we were to have such a major earthquake. But one of the other things, this kind of segues into a topic I wanted to talk about very briefly. Can you bring up our EOC picture? One of the things I noticed when I first came here in 2011, and it's kind of been reinforced by some of the major issues that have happened since then. I went to the YouTube shooting incident, the hazmat we had here at the police department, other activations of our EOC. But our EOC is woefully inadequate, unfortunately. It is a very small police conference room, which takes over an hour to stand up and configure as an active EOC. And it is much too small for any type of sustained activation. It is not adequate for that. It's also in the basement of City Hall, and access to the EOC may be difficult after a large event such as an earthquake. So I believe it's time to perhaps start thinking about having discussions about an alternate EOC site here on campus somewhere. One consideration we can think about, and I know we're looking at perhaps a library building, and one of the things we could think about is a built-in state-of-the-art EOC that can quickly be converted into a public space if necessary and share it. So it's something I believe that we can maybe talk about or start thinking about, so that we are in fact prepared and we have the location necessary to run an operation if something as large as the Hayward Fault earthquake were to happen. But regardless of the location, it's my recommendation that we begin thinking about an alternate EOC site.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And also, again, wanted to thank the three panelists, but I also wanted to, again, thank Jamie Jones from the USGS. I know over the last year and a half, the USGS has done a lot of work preparing and analyzing the impacts out of the haywired scenario, and there's some really valuable, very helpful information that she very quickly summarized, but certainly that it would be very helpful to us as we continue to do our planning for hopefully not having an earthquake, but if we did have it, we are adequately prepared, and so definitely appreciate the USGS's leadership in putting the science forward and doing all the hazardous analysis that I know that generates the information that will be helpful for us for planning.
Thank you. And as we proceed forward with Volume 3, which is our social consequences, we'll have additional information that will hopefully be useful for those planning purposes.
Yeah, and as a highlight to that, we know if you think we've got a housing problem now, after an earthquake, it's a critical issue, regardless of the scenario. I know we've already discussed that in some of the workshops for Haywired. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Great. All right, with that, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, welcome everyone. We've just concluded our special session, which was a presentation on earthquake preparedness, and we're now, in fact, I think right on time to start our regular meeting of the Menlo Park City Council for May 8th, 2018. As I had introduced previously, next to me is Councilmember Catherine Carlton. Over to my left is Councilmember Kirsten Keith. Council members Mueller and Klein will be joining us. Oh, there he is. Vice Mayor Mueller, right on cue. And I know Councilmember Klein should be here any moment. Over at the City Manager's table, we have Acting City Manager Nick Pagueros there. Next to him is Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver. And over on this side is City Clerk Judy Herron. I'd like to mention that if you'd like to speak tonight, there's speaker cards on the back table. I'd like to encourage you to fill out a speaker card and give that to Judy, and she'll make sure that that's organized for the agenda topic for this evening. If I can ask all of you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I see Councilmember Klein about to join us. Thank you. We have a couple of presentations and proclamations. I will head down to the over to the podium. Thank you. Our first proclamation this evening is Bike to Work Day, and which is this Thursday, May 10th. Whereas breathing clean air is vital to healthy lungs and life, and whereas the City of Menlo Park acknowledges that cycling to work is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption, and whereas bike to work days have proven effective in converting drivers into bicyclists and educating residents about the environmental importance of biking to work regularly, and whereas the City of Menlo Park encourages both its residents and visitors to bike to work in order to improve air quality and promote the health benefits of cycling, and whereas the Bay Area Bike to Work Day event is part of National Bike Month, an annual recognition of bicycling as a convenient, fun, and healthy form of transportation that is growing more popular in the United States, and whereas the Bay Area will host the 24th annual Bike to Work Day event, partnering with local bicycle coalitions, Bay Area corporate sponsors, government agencies, environmental and transportation organizations, and nonprofit agencies, and hundreds of volunteers in promoting the message that bicycling is a fun, healthy, environmentally viable form of transportation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Peter Otaki, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 10th, 2018 as Bike to Work Day in the City of Menlo Park. I just wanted to add, use our new Oak Grove bike lanes. I've had the pleasure of using them a couple of times recently, and I'm very happy that, and thanks to my fellow council members and city staff, that we got those bike lanes set up, installed, and encourage everyone to take advantage of them. The next proclamation I have is Water Safety Month, May 2018. Whereas the citizens of Menlo Park recognize the vital role that swimming and aquatic-related activities play in enhancing the quality of life for all people and fostering good physical and mental health, and whereas water safety education plays an essential role in the prevention of drownings and recreational water-related injuries, and whereas the contributions made by the recreational aquatics industry in developing safe swimming facilities contributes to the quality of life in our community by providing healthy places to play, learn, and grow, thus building self-esteem, confidence, and sense of self-worth. And whereas the pool, spa, recreation, and water park industries continue their ongoing efforts and commitment to educate the public on water safety issues and initiatives, and whereas it is of vital importance to communicate water safety rules and programs to families and individuals of all ages, whether owners of private pools or users of public swimming facilities, and whereas more than 400,000 people experience safe visits to the Burgess Pool facility, and 18,000 people experience safe visits to the Bellhaven Pool facility on an annual basis. And whereas thanks to the continued support of Beyond Barriers Athletic Foundation, the 2017 Bellhaven Swim School was able to give a total of 2,900 free and reduced cost swim lessons and 1,050 water polo workouts last year. And whereas the Team Sheeper Safety Academy offered 18 lifeguard courses with 338 hours of instruction, certifying a total of 132 lifeguards last year. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Peter Otaki, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2018 to be National Water Safety Month and urge all citizens of the city to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance. Go swimming. So, all right, thank you. And Judy, I assume this will be provided to the recipients. My understanding is Tim Sheeper is here, so why don't we, there he is. Nice to see you. There you go. And thank you. Appreciate all of your hard work and contributions for the pool. Thank you. All right, great. We'll next be going to public comment. Before we go to public comment, I'm just going to make a quick announcement that in regular business, item H1, which is appoint a city council member to the Stanford General Use Permit Ad Hoc Committee, will be moved back to go after the H3 Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain Grade Separation Study. So if anyone's planning to be here for that, I'm going to be moving that a little bit later. Okay, under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. We have a couple of speakers. Our first speaker tonight is Ashok Agarwal, followed by Jen Willison. Ashok, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you all, Mayor and council members.
And you may want to move that mic a little closer to you.
Yeah, I think can everybody hear me?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you again. I'm actually Ashok Agarwal, and I represent the Brahma Kumaris Silicon Valley Center in Milpitas. And I'm here to invite the council members, including the mayor, of course, for an event that is being held in Silicon Valley here for the first time. And before I get into the event, I just want to mention that we are a part of the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual Organization, which is based out of India. We have about 9,000 centers and learning centers and about in 110 countries. We are very blessed to have Sister Shivani, who's come for the first time, who'll be coming for the first time to Silicon Valley to give a couple of lectures. She talks on very day-to-day affairs, and she's a very well-known speaker, a motivational speaker, and she actually has about 1 million views on YouTube, and you can hear her. The lectures that we are organizing are in Santa Clara Convention Center and as well as in San Ramon Marriott. This is on June 2nd and June 3rd. I have a flyer. I was hoping I could present it, but I'll hand it over to the council and to the city clerk. Details of the event are that she has four lecture events. They're on very different topics. And the topics actually relate to our day-to-day life we experience at work and at home. And almost when she talks, you can almost feel that this topic relates to me in my day-to-day life. So it's very interesting. She's a great speaker, and I would invite everyone to, and the audience, of course, from the city of Menlo Park, to come and hear her and register at the event. So I'll leave the flyers. And I must mention that Kristen Keith had visited our center, I think a couple of months ago, and she's very well aware of it. And Kristen, I think I'm sure you all will attend, and we have invited you, each one individually. I hope you receive the invitations, and we look forward to your attendance. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's June 1st and
June
June 2nd and June 3rd. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah. And I'm going to leave the flyers.
Perfect.
I
Thank you.
apologize, I'll be out of town that weekend, but thank you so much for the invitation.
Great. Jen Willison. Good evening, Jen.
Good evening, council members. I'm wearing my Parents for Safe Routes hat. And first, I wanted to thank staff for getting out the RFP for the citywide Safe Routes to School program. It's an incredible step towards making our streets safer. I also want to urge you to keep up the urgency with Safe Routes. In the past few days, there were 3 kid-related bicycle collisions. One was at Middlefield and Ravenswood, one was at Willow and Coleman, my friend, and one was at Walnut and Central. So this is still a critical issue. We got to keep our eye on the ball, and thank you for everything you do.
Great. Thank you, Jen. Any other cards for public comment? Okay. All right. Next, we have the consent calendar. There are only, I think, 3 items on the consent calendar. Does anyone need to pull or make any changes to the consent calendar?
I move approval.
Okay, great. There's a motion and a...
I actually need to recuse myself from the heritage tree ordinance item because I'm currently going to be in the process shortly. The arborist looked at a tree on my property and indicated that it's sick and needs to come down.
Okay.
Okay. And I think the seconder was Councilmember Keith. and Vice Mayor Mueller. So you are voting yes on the other items, and you are recused on F2. Got it.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Moving right along here. The first item we have this evening is the public hearing on placing a city charter on the November 18, 2018 ballot. We have Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver moving over to the presentation table, and looking forward to your presentation. And hopefully when we switch over, we'll be able to see the presentation. So let's, okay. There it is. I think it's up on mine.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Cara Silver, Assistant City Attorney, and I will be presenting the placement of a charter measure on the ballot for you this evening. So we have already had several meetings on this. We will go through a very quick background. We will review the range of charter proposals that you directed us to bring back. I wanted to go over a timeline for putting the measure on the ballot, and then we will present some different council options for you to consider this evening. So in terms of the background, as you recall, this started in connection with the transition from an at-large election system to district elections. And in connection with that discussion, the City Council asked staff to examine other voting options, such as cumulative voting and ranked choice voting. When we started researching these particular voting methods, we learned that charter cities were permitted to implement some of these measures, but that general law cities were not. So in order to implement either a cumulative voting system or a ranked choice voting system, or even come up with a hybrid for a district and an at-large system, the city would have to pursue a charter. So with that, on February 13th of this year, the council directed the city attorney to bring back some charter options, and in particular to prepare an enabling charter that would allow the city council to implement other voting methods if it decided to do so. On March 27th, we presented a broad enabling charter to the council, and the council discussed it. There was some public testimony regarding the breadth of the enabling charter, and so the city council directed the city attorney to come back with a range of options, including a very narrow placeholder option for a charter. So in the staff report today, we have provided 4 different options of charters for your consideration. The first option is what we are calling a placeholder option. It contains an enabling provision, but a very narrow one. And it also codifies the current district election process that the City Council has implemented. This version mirrors very closely the version that was presented by Steve Chesson at the previous hearing. Option number 2 is what we are calling a limited charter version A, and this also contains an enabling provision. This enabling provision is a little bit broader than the placeholder provision. And it also, option 2, also includes some additional local authority in 2 discrete areas, in the area of elections and in the area of taxation. In the area of elections, the reason why we made a distinction here is that with option 1, there is no discretion to implement at a later time different types of voting methods. But under option 2, because you are asserting some charter city authority in the area of elections, the city does have the ability at a later time to implement some of these measures without amending the charter. We have also included a taxation authority, and again, we've discussed this at previous meetings. Charter cities do not have a lot of additional taxation authority at this point beyond general law authority. The one limited area of additional taxation authority is in the area of real property transfer tax, and the council has talked about that in the past, and so we have included that as a possibility to include. Option 3 takes all of the provisions that are in option 2 and adds another local authority in the area of public contracting. And then option 4 is similar to the broad enabling provision that we had introduced at the previous hearing, and that is the broadest option that we are submitting this evening. We've analyzed these 4 different options in terms of how they address the election flexibility, which was the council's original direction to us. That was the original reason that the council wanted to propose a charter, was to have the flexibility to adopt different voting methods in the event it decided to do so. And the first option, the placeholder charter, is the most limiting in that area. It just codifies the existing district election process, but it does not allow the council to later implement another form of election. So you would have to amend the charter if you were to proceed to implement other methods of voting. The advantage with option 1, though, is that it is easy to understand. It is a very limited charter, and we have talked about sort of the need for the community to get comfortable to the transition from a general law city to a charter city. And this is the first step, and so it allows a gradual adjustment. Also, once a charter is put in place, charter amendments can be made off-cycle. So that is an efficiency that you gain. The disadvantages to a placeholder charter is that it would, as I mentioned before, a amendment to the charter would be required to implement any voting change, and the particular wording of the placeholder charter, since it does codify the existing governmental structure, if that were to change over time, you would need to actually go out for a charter amendment. We've also done a similar analysis of options 2 and 3, the limited charter. In terms of addressing the council's original direction to us of implementing flexibility in the area of elections, both options 2 and 3 do assert some broad authority over election process in general. And so that your originally stated goal is addressed in both options 2 and 3. In terms of the advantages of options 2 and 3, the other voting methods can be easily implemented. And also there is some additional authority in the discrete areas that we have noted. But those discrete areas are not necessary to a limited charter. You can add or subtract if needed. In terms of disadvantages, these limited charters do not immediately address an identified need because we haven't identified which voting system we want to pursue, and so that might be considered confusing to the voting public. Also, the public has expressed a skepticism about moving too quickly. With respect to option 4, that also addresses the council's goal of asserting broad authority over the election process. In terms of the advantages of option 4, again, other voting methods can easily be implemented, and it adds additional local authority in all areas of municipal concern. In terms of the disadvantages, we have some disadvantages similar to the limited charter, where, again, an immediate need is not being addressed by adopting a charter at this point. The public has expressed skepticism about moving too quickly and also about the government mistrust in general. So we've put up a potential charter process timeline here. We have already had the required 2 public hearings. Actually, we've had the first public hearing, which was on March 27th, and today we are conducting the second required public hearing before going out for a charter measure. So following this evening's hearing, you will have complied with the legal requirements of placing a measure on the ballot. Then there is a 21 hold period, and after that 21 hold period, you can then propose language for a ballot measure, and that ballot measure then can be submitted to the county clerk. The earliest scheduled council date for city council action on actual language is June 5th. Then on June 19th, we have noted this date because this is a date where you need to post a notice in the paper that there is going to be an election on a ballot measure, as opposed to city council elections. Just because you post that notice in the paper doesn't mean that you have to have the election. You can still have some discussion about it, but we did want to alert you to that date. July 17th would be the last regularly scheduled council meeting where you need to take action if you wanted to make the August 10th deadline for submitting ballot measures to the county clerk. Of course, you could also have special meetings to submit a measure as long as those special meetings occurred before August 10th. And then the election is November 6th. So we have identified 3 possible options at this point. The first option is for the council to not pursue a charter at this time. Making that decision, of course, does not foreclose you from picking the issue up at another time. As we have said, charter measures must be placed on an even-numbered ballot in even-numbered years at a general municipal election. So the next available time for that would be November 2020 if you did not pursue it at this time. The second option is for you to give us some feedback and select one of the 4 options, or give us feedback on amending some of those options, and then direct us to schedule a final hearing. And then finally, we have also identified another option where if you still had some discussions about the content or the provisions that should be in a measure, you could form an ad hoc subcommittee. There is a little bit of time to do that, and so we would, if you selected that course, we would recommend that the subcommittee be appointed at this meeting and that it be charged with reviewing the charter language to be submitted and make a recommendation on the timing of when the charter should be put out for a vote. And that recommendation should come back to the full council by June 5th is our recommendation. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'll ask just a quick clarifying question. I just wanted to make sure with the schedule. So you're saying in July, so you're saying, for example, on an ad hoc committee, you would want the ad hoc committee to recommend language by June 5th, but the council can still edit or make changes until you've got July 17th, but it's basically has to be done before the August 10th submission. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
And your council vacation is in that interim, so you would have to come back from vacation to have a special meeting, but that feasibly could be accomplished anytime before August 10th.
Got it. Okay, great. All right, thank you. Any other clarifying questions before we open the public hearing? Okay. I'll now open the public hearing on this item. I'm going to switch over. I believe, yes, we have a few speakers. First is Pamela Jones, followed by Jen Willison. Good evening, Pamela.
Good evening. Pamela Jones, resident of Menlo Park. I hope reading off my phone works. Good evening, Mayor Otake, Mayor Pro Tem Mueller, council members Carlton, Klein, and Keith, also to staff and to council. I want to thank the council and staff for the robust background information and the 4 charter options that have been presented. They appear to address residents' concerns and recommendations. At the March 27th meeting on 2018, the first public hearing on charter options, I did express concern about language that would give broad authority to the council and staff and recommended a 2-article charter. Option 1 addresses those concerns, or the language in option 2, but just the 2-article charter. But this addresses those concerns and it establishes our new district in elections and sequencing and leaves the remainder of the governance under general law. It is important to note that we have our first election of council members by district during this election cycle, November 2018. We may have up to 3 new council members, and by November, I'm sure that we will have a full complement of staff. So what we were looking at as a city and what we're thinking of may be very different because they may see things very differently. And they would be the ones that would maybe establish a charter committee and give the community time to really look at all of the concerns that we're talking about. But in the meantime, we've addressed the elections. We also need to consider that San Mateo County's implementation of the Voters' Choice Act. That is going to change the way all of us vote. And for some of us, it may be more difficult than others. We also have the 2020 census. We know the demographics in Menlo Park have changed substantially, and we don't even know to what that extent is. And we know that we probably have about 5,000 more residents within the city. So I urge the council to bring forth option 1. Or option 5, and they kind of stole my thunder, and option 5 would be no charter ballot measure until an advisory charter committee is established and brings recommendations to the council. As always, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you for the time and your commitment to the city, our beautiful city of Menlo Park.
Thank you, Pamela. Jen Willison, followed by Mickey Winkler. Hi, Jen.
Hi, good evening again. I'm actually going to read from an email from Steve Chesson, who couldn't make it tonight, and I think he ran out of time to email you. He says that option 1 allows you to appoint an electoral system commission to propose a different electoral system that could be voted on in March 2020. So much like Pamela Jones said, option 1 feels good. However, he claims that there's a misprint or misstated thing that said that the electoral system would require both a charter amendment and a voter-approved ordinance. He thinks that the charter amendment could delegate implementation details to a city council-approved ordinance. I honestly don't know enough about that, so that's what Steve Chesson says. He says option 2 is still concerning as it lets the council determine how they're elected without approval by a vote of the people. Option 3 has the same concern, but now it adds purchasing. And option 4 is that broad charter again, which we would not prefer. If you are not interested in supporting option 1, then we would like to see an appointment of an advisory charter commission to draft a charter for November 2020. However, that would preclude changing the electoral system in March of 2020, leaving the 5-district system in place for the November 2020 election. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jen. Nikki Winkler, former council member and mayor.
Good evening. So, I support the adoption.
Hey, Mickey, can you move the mic down? There.
I support the adoption of a charter. All options can be amended. There is no downside to becoming a charter city and many advantages, as the chart in your staff report shows. Once we become a charter city, we can fill in the blanks as we choose. I have heard speakers now, today, and in the past, say that becoming a charter city gives too much power to our city council and to the city. Well, folks, I know the workings of our state legislature, and just let me say, I trust you guys, and you guys, much more than I trust the state. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Let's put it to the voters this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Any other speaker cards? Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Keith, and seconded by Councilmember Klein. Do we have a, by acclamation?
Yeah.
Okay, so all of us unanimous to close the public hearing. So now, actually, I did want to one of the questions relate, Jen Willison relayed from Steve Chesson about option 1 and the question about, he thinks option 1 you still could implement via ordinance, not requiring, if I heard that correctly, I'm not sure, but I know that differs from what you believe that it requires an amendment, correct?
Yes. So option 1 does not give the council authority over all elections. What it does is it simply codifies the districting process. And so because it just codifies the districting process without giving extra local authority to implement other types of election processes, we do not think that the council could legally implement other methods under option 1.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Keith.
Thank you. Thank you, Carr, for your presentation tonight on this very important topic. And thanks to our speakers, Jen and Pam and Mickey, and the others who have spoken in the past on this, and to Steve. We did receive a letter in our packet from him, but thanks, Jen, for reading the one that he didn't get to us in the packet. For myself, I want to say that I support option 1. I think option 1 is the best way to go at this point in time. I think there's a lot of change right now. And as people said, it's easy to understand. It's a limited charter. As Mickey just said, it's an extraordinary opportunity, and it really is. So I like the idea of putting option 1 out there, and I think in the future, having some sort of advisory charter commission to look at the more in-depth things, the ideas that we can place under the charter is a great idea. So I would support that option right now.
Okay, Councilmember Keith.
You just had her.
What's that?
You just said Councilmember Keith, she just spoke.
Yeah, oh, no, I was saying, sorry, thank you, Councilman Keith. And I encourage to use either the lights or request to speak.
Okay.
Councilmember Carlton.
Certainly. I'm comfortable with option 2 or 3, except that I feel like we have a high bar for when taxes are raised for a reason. A lot of people in our community, just every little thing adds extra. And the reason we have it going to a vote and we have it 2/3 is to make it more difficult when we raise taxes. And I kind of like that the way it is. And I'd rather the taxes not be included. Because I think we should think long and hard before we raise taxes. And I realize it's very limited. It's only for when someone sells their house. But nonetheless, it just seems like something that's fine the way it is. And I would rather not go there. The other was explained to me was more of a fiduciary way of the staff being able to manage the public contracting in a ways that we get a deal that might provide us better services for less money, which is always a good thing. And in case anyone was worried, it is actually pointed out here that with the exception of prevailing wages, just because we're a charter city and we have more flexibility over public contracting, we will still be prevailing wage in that area. But I'm comfortable with 2 or 3, but I'd rather not have the taxes part.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Klein.
Thank you. I'm supportive of a charter, given that we are kind of shifting to a different model and multiple models, to be honest with you, under consideration. I actually believe we can do a better job by waiting until 2020 to adopt the charter when we have the information I think we need, which is there's going to be new council members, a different group that can weigh in on it, and I also think that there may be an opportunity for us to maybe, probably not 2020, but you want to be able to bring as much new data as you can on the population growth, demographics, if you can, from the census. If you cannot by November 2020, that's unfortunate, but I'm still supportive of having a community-led process. So however that looks, I think we've done a good job of doing that, but I have yet to be convinced of the urgency or the need to have one right now. To have the charter put in at this time. I don't think that we have a crisis to the point where we are going to have a council that throws away a district model or something. I just don't believe that. And since I will be just a voter in about 6 months, I'm looking at it from that hat, and I'm pretty comfortable that we'll have this district model, and then the community can weigh in, and the new council members can as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. Vice Mayor Mueller.
I see the benefits of a charter, but I also am growing weary of talking about how we will govern ourselves and govern elections instead of governing and doing actual work. And we just had 3 kids hit by cars, and we're talking about how we're going to do elections and the charter instead of talking about safe routes. It feels like this discussion about how we're going to do elections and administer ourselves we needed to go through it, but it just feels like it's taking an inordinate amount of time. And after we do whatever we do tonight, this is going to have to go. It's still going to take an inordinate amount of time because then we're going to go to the ballot and we're going to have to follow up on that. And then after that, we're going to follow. It's just after a certain amount of time, I get tired of talking about how the rules we're going to administer over ourselves. And I just want to get to actually serving. So that's not really much help or guidance. But sometimes, so if we're going to do anything tonight, I probably would want to do the first option. But I am reticent, like Councilmember Klein, and just that as I said, I'm tired of talking about these subjects and not actually doing work that serves residents.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Mueller. So I am inclined toward moving forward on option 2, and agree with Councilmember Carlton that we should pull out of it the tax provision, because the thought is to keep it simple, because I think that was the intent that we had, to be able to do an enabling charter that wasn't broad but was restricted around, simply around elections, in order to give the city flexibility following the 2018 election to figure out what is the best, through a commission, figure out what is the best fit for the city of Menlo Park. So I still support that. But I do have a question, which is, so I support option 2, even more limited by taking out taxation. But I do have a question for you. We have later tonight as an information item, term limits. Is that something that you would suggest being part of a charter, if we went forward on a charter, or dealt with as a separate initiative? I know from a cost standpoint it would be good to have it as part of the same, but what are the pros and cons of potentially including the term limits in this initial charter as well?
Yes, so term limits need to be voted on by the people. So term limits could either be a standalone voter-approved ordinance, or they could be codified in the charter. So if you do decide to go with term limits, there is some efficiency. Instead of having 2 measures go on the ballot, you could have efficiency in incorporating term limits into the charter. That's one benefit. The downside or the disadvantage with including term limits in the charter is then to change term limits. If you wanted to maybe make term limits more restrictive or more liberal, it would require a charter amendment. If you were to adopt or want to change a voter-approved ordinance, that would also require a vote of the people. Charter amendments can be a little bit more difficult sometimes to amend because people think of it as the Constitution, and there's some reticence to amend a more substantive document. But I think really that it's really a policy issue about whether to include it in the charter or not.
Can I ask a follow-up, Peter?
Yes, Vice Mayor Mueller.
If we were a charter city, does the statute that governs term limits, is that still applicable, or can you do what you want as a charter city?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So I think that we would have to look at it a little bit more closely, but it might be possible to, if you become a charter city, assert your home rule local authority in the area of elections, then you may have a little bit more flexibility in that regard. For instance, the charter could specify that any change to term limits could be done by the council as opposed to voted on by the people. Mm-hmm. But we would have to look at that issue.
Yeah, that's interesting because the term limit statute is fairly prescriptive and detailed.
Okay, so what I'm hearing in the comments, so there's 4 of us that would like to proceed with the charter for 2018, but 2 are supporting option 1, 2 2 council members supporting option 2, and 1 council member that is looking at potentially 2020, having said that, the question therefore means, at least for me, suggests that perhaps we resolve this through an ad hoc committee that now has a guidance of looking at the 2 options, perhaps weighs in on this question about whether term limits are included, and potentially comes back with not only a recommendation about language, but also a process going forward about setting up a commission, that goes beyond 2018 into 2019, so that process can get started, with the understanding that I know we want to get on to other things, but I think it is important to have that sort of recommendation to us about what this commission would look like. Is it similar to what we set up for the districts, or do we want, for example, perhaps some former council members to be on it, simply because this discussion about what's in what charter provisions or authorities in the future that for a future amendment. So anyway, as I'm thinking ahead here, it might be nice to have the ad hoc committee look at that and come back to us on June 5th. If that's the case, do you have any recommendations for the composition of the ad hoc committee? Because I'm also sensitive to a couple of us are up for re-election this year, so maybe it shouldn't be, one of the council members that are, I just, do you have any thoughts on?
Make it me and Ray.
Yeah, or Rich.
Well,
right?
actually,
I don't know what you guys think.
Actually, interestingly enough, I think the council members up for re-election are Rich are probably better to serve than Kat or I, because whatever decision would be made wouldn't be adopted to the voters until November, and then the first to be affected would be Kat and I by that. So I actually don't want to serve on the ad hoc committee for that purpose.
Okay. Councilmember Keith?
Thank you. I have a question. I'm trying to, when I look at option 1 and 2, and I know 2 council members have expressed interest in option 2 without the elections method, just without the tax method, sorry. And can you just tell me, I understand you wrote a little paragraph in here about, with a couple of sentences about the difference between option 2 and 1, but just clarify that a little bit.
Well,
Page 23.
Sure. The thought that I looked at the difference on just that method of election paragraph, because both of them talk about governing body language is the same, 5 council members, and also term of office is still 4 years, but that paragraph on method of election provides, I think, a little more flexibility for for looking at different, whether it's ranked choice voting or some other, hybrid system, something like that. And part of it is we don't know that yet, but we obviously will want guidance and perhaps a commission, elections commission or charter commission to be able to review that in 2019 and in time for the 2020 elections. But I thought that section 203 it has a little more flexibility in it than a very restrictive section 203 in option 1.
Yes, that's exactly right. And in option 1, there is a codification of the districting process, and then in option 2, under section 203, method of election, we do not codify the districting process. Instead, we just assert broad authority in the election realm. And so under option 2, if you want to implement ranked choice or another form of election system, you would have that authority already in place in the charter.
Okay, and then so if we didn't do that right now, but we had option 1, looking at ranked choice and all the other options that are available, because there are many, could be something that an advisory charter commission could do in the future when it's appointed. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But let me make sure I'm clear on that. But then under option 1, if that were the case, I mean, a charter, it would not be able to be implemented unless there was a charter amendment, correct?
And then, just to be clear, it could be done on an off year.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you might say it costs more money, but I think, I guess what I'm interested also is getting, in the value of getting community input on what the community wants to see in a charter. So that's why I'm more interested in option 1, just so that we can, I think an advisory charter commission should be appointed, not right now, it should probably be done after in November, to look at these things in the future and go into them in depth. I agree, I'd like to get back to doing what we are supposed to be doing as a city, running the city and looking at all sorts of land use policies and other issues that we need to get to, transportation issues. If I'm not interested in being on this commission, I'm really interested in option 1 and moving forward and get going.
Okay. Vice Mayor Mueller?
I'm fine with you guys sending out to an ad hoc committee to go ahead and try to work it out. My only concern, and I just raise it now, and it's something that will need clarification later when it comes back to council. There's no reason to go over it again tonight, but my memory, one of the reasons why I'm just not interested in doing option 2 is because my memory is that at one of our prior meetings, Mr. McClure indicated that the CVRA, California Voting Rights Act, still applies to charter cities. And so our latitude under elections and actually looking at things like ranked choice voting, we've gone through that drill in depth already. And so I hesitate to want to go down that path again. But that's something that I think that probably the ad hoc committee could look at and come back with its recommendations. So I'm fine. If people want to send it to an ad hoc, that's fine. I don't think we're gonna bridge the 2-2 tonight. So.
Okay, since the volunteers for an ad hoc
Well,
committee are
I'll
dwindling.
I'll volunteer to do it with you, with the understanding that we're going to bring it back and discuss it and approve it as a group.
Okay, or
not
Councilmember
approve it
Klein,
as a
did you
group,
want to, I
as the
just
case
wanted
may
to
be.
invite you at least to,
Yeah.
whether you wanted to.
May I ask one other question? Through the mayor?
Well, I was asking Rich a question, and then I'll come right back to you.
Would love consideration, given, that 2020, I think, would be more effective. I still would be involved in looking at what type of charter, so it still matters a lot to me, and so I can take it, be a part of it, and work hard, or give you 2 other people the option. It's completely. I trust everybody here to be able to do the right thing.
Thank you.
I'm
Rich.
the same.
Councilmember Keith, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, just follow up with option 2, because I know there are 2 votes for it. If it were to help move this along, I would be interested in just going ahead and voting with this option without the taxation issue, if that were to help move this along. Okay, so I will make the motion.
Okay, I'll second it then.
Okay.
Okay.
Push the button.
Yes, well, there's a motion second. Let me just, while we're discussing it, I will support that. I do think I would like to get an ad hoc committee set up for all of for the other items, for example, whether or not we should put term limit provision in there, and also a discussion about the process and what type of charter commission we'd like set up down the road, and what the timing should be. I still welcome the ad hoc committee if that's okay.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Just
Okay.
trying to move along.
I'm happy to work with you if you want. If you were referring to ex-mayors, were you referring to former Mayor Winkler?
Well, I mean.
Or I didn't know who you were referring
I
to.
think it could be a variety of, well, I'd like to really defer that and ask the committee to think about that,
I don't know.
because of the, we may want input on what provisions, this commission, again, post 2018 commission, is not only potentially going to look at election methods, but may even look at other aspects to a charter and, down the road, which we just have not had time to do, right? And so if that is part of that scope of that commission, there's some value, I think, to having previous council members potentially serve on that commission. But that was just a initial, thought as I'm driving here tonight. So it's not well thought out in any way. I really want to encourage the committee to think about that. So with that, I think we have a motion on the table. Councilmember Klein, you have your light on. Did you get?
No,
Okay,
sorry.
Great. Okay, let's vote.
I'm voting no on the 20, because of 2020, but I'm supportive of this, just.
Understand.
I understand.
The motion passes.
Okay. All right, and do we need a vote on the, and a motion on appointing an ad hoc committee as well? Because, or can we do it by acclamation here that, do we have, well, why don't we do it formally here? A motion, I will move to appoint council members Klein and Carlton to an ad hoc committee related to the charter item. Is there a second on that?
I will second it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Keith. And let's, oh, that's right, I had to hit the motion button, sorry. Should we take a hand vote? Do you think the system? I think we could probably do. Do I see by acclamation? Everybody's heads nodding. Yes. Oh, we're doing trying this again. There we go.
And the motion passes unanimously.
And when
Great,
would we
thank you.
like, do we want to put deadlines or have a
Next council
meeting, or when do we want to have this information back?
I think a June. What was it? Prior to June.
Prior to June 5.
Yeah, I would suspect we'd agendize it for June 5th.
Through the mayor. Just,
Hold on just a second. I'm looking at our. I think we have a June 5th. We have a June 5th meeting.
Okay, so
So
it'll be June 5th. Okay.
yes, Councilmember
The
Keith.
Thursday before that.
thank you. Just, Cara, I just wanted to, I wasn't sure if I heard a response to Vice Mayor Mueller's concern about having himself or Kat on this, as they would.
I don't care if Kat's on it. It's fine. I just wanted to clarify
But I-
that it's not. I wasn't saying there's a conflict. I'm just saying for myself personally, if we were trying to avoid council members from serving on it who might be affected by it, then we'd be the first two to be affected by it. But I don't care either way. I just know I didn't want to.
There are no legal restrictions on council members who are up for re-election or
Okay.
not serving on the committee.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to get that clarification from legal counsel.
Also,
Okay.
for,
And I
also for
wasn't-
clarity, we're not going to be doing anything that doesn't come back
Yeah.
for a vote from everyone.
And I wasn't implying that there was a legal issue there. Also, I voted no because I'm tired of talking about elections. So number 2 included elections. I'm just There you go.
And thanks for the clarification, just so that we have that legal advice.
All right, Cara, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we're on to regular business. We, as I mentioned earlier, are going to skip for now item H1, which is council member appointment to the Stanford General Use Permit Ad Hoc Committee, and instead go to H2, which is subcommittee for the parking garage. H2, management analyst Mike Noche. I see Mike coming up. Will present the report. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor. And thank you for having me. Thank you, members of City Council. I am here to introduce the potential of a downtown parking structure was identified as one of City Council's top 6 priorities for 2018. That meeting was held in January. On April 16th, the city hosted a community meeting with approximately 50 attendees and conducted an online survey with over 400 responses between April 16th and 23rd. The feedback from this outreach was shared with the City Council at a study session on April 24th. At the study session, several City Council members expressed interest in creating a subcommittee to work with staff on this project going forward. And that is what we are requesting tonight. Staff recommends the City Council create a subcommittee and appoint 2 members to assist with the downtown parking structure project. That concludes my report. Thank you, and I will leave it to you.
Great, thank you, Mike. Let me just switch back and see if we have any, are there any public comment cards on this? Okay, got it. All right, and are these the council member orders here correct? So Council Member Carlton?
Sure. I have no interest on being on the Stanford GUP committee, but I'm very passionate about the downtown parking structure and would like to be on that committee if that pleases everyone else on council.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Carlton. Vice Mayor Mueller?
Yeah, as expressed at the last committee, and I think we did talk about the last committee, the last meeting, I also would like to be on that subcommittee for the parking structure.
Great. Councilmember Keith?
Thank you. I also would like to be on that subcommittee. I'm very interested in this, and when I was mayor last year, this was also on our agenda as one of our top priorities, and so I'm very excited about this and would like to move this forward as well.
I never knew a garage would be so popular.
I think when we talked about it at the last meeting, we decided there was consensus that there should be 2 members who we know will be on council next year to see the project through. So
I don't recall that, but I'm still interested.
I understand. Let's see. I'm just trying to think. We could either do this like we pick commissions, or we could by show of hands, or draw straws. But I think we probably should do it by some sort of like we do commissions, like a show of hands. I think probably would be a better course of action here.
Are we? Did we outline our? Are we asking the subcommittee to scope it out, and come back, or do we have an expected timeline delivery recommendations from the city council on this?
we had that study session where everyone indicated what they wanted to see go into it.
Right. I was wondering if we had a timeline, like at this point you'll bring it back, the subcommittee will report back. I didn't know if we discussed that part.
I hope it's as soon as possible. I hate drawing things out longer than it need to be.
He's got the summer months, so it's going to be. I just assume it's hard to get a whole lot of, input from the community and do a whole lot of work in a couple of those months in the summer. So we're probably looking at something fall time at some point, unless miracles happen.
And Mike, was there any, based upon, I'm looking at the staff report, any timetable set out as part of that, what I recall, that last study session?
During the study session on the 24th, the city manager had mentioned some of the staff constraints. So with that in mind, we were looking for current staff that are in place, like myself, to work with the committee and come up with a timeline. But as far as action items, it would be more accurately toward the end of summer or fall, would be a bit more accurate in regards to making, moving forward on those items. But more of a review process until that point.
Okay, great. Any other comments or questions?
I think the basis of my decision, I think all three council members would serve very well on it. I do recall last week, I believe, and if I'm wrong, forgive me, I heard from two council members' interest in it, and so there was a loose kind of commitment I was having toward the two that had said they were interested in it. So I think I'm going to stick with that, but knowing that any council member would add value. So I think it was Ray and Kat that I heard from, and so I'm going to stick with that, I think.
Yeah, I recall that too, you guys. I was interested. I'm obviously very interested in having housing on that site, and I do recall you two requesting that too, though. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Keith. Do very much appreciate that. And I do know both council members definitely know your recommendation for housing. So definitely, I think there's acknowledgement on that. So with that, I think there's acclamation for council members Carlton and Vice Mayor Mueller to be appointed to the ad hoc council on the downtown parking structure. Do we have a motion on that? I guess I'll go ahead and...
I'll move.
Oh, sorry, I hit the button.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Klein made the motion. Councilmember Keith has seconded.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, our next item, and I know a lot of people are here tonight for this item, identify a preferred alternative for the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade separation study. Senior Transportation Engineer Angela Oviso will present the report. Angela, good evening. And I see Nikki Nagaya moving her way up as well. So.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me here tonight. Again, my name is Angela Obeso, Senior Transportation Engineer here at the city. And joining me tonight is Eti Mercurio and her team at AECOM, who are our consultants on the project. As well, we have Greg Rubens, who is our legal counsel on Caltrain-related items. We were scheduled to have Liz Scanlon from Caltrain, who you met in the past, but unfortunately she's sick this evening, so she couldn't make it. So if there are questions related to Caltrain matters that staff cannot answer this evening, we're happy to bring those back to her, get some answers, and bring those forth at a future meeting. So we are here this evening. You may recall back in October, we presented to you an update and a summary of the project and asked for your selection of a preferred alternative. And we were, council directed staff to return with some additional information. And so we have all that information this evening, and we're here to present that to you. Just give a real brief background. As you recall, previously, several grade separation studies have been performed over the years. and most recently in 2003-2004. And that was a feasibility study that looked at a variety of different alternatives. And I just want to note that when we talk about feasibility, both for the 2003-2004 study as well as the current study, we're talking about not just technically and financially feasible, but also feasible with relation to the community's feedback and preferences on grade separations. With the alternatives that came through in the 2003-2004 study as most feasible, we were awarded a grant from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, and we received direction from the Rail Subcommittee and the City Council on 2 alternatives selected to advance, and I'll touch on those a little bit more in a moment. And then in 2016, we began the current study. The project purpose of the current study is to advance that previous work, to move forward the work that we had done in the past, and also to improve public safety for all modes of travel at our 4 Caltrain at-grade crossings. In addition to improve traffic, with the upcoming electrification of Caltrain, they'll have the ability to run more trains, and more trains means more gate downtime, which means more congestion on our local streets for all modes. The current scope is twofold. One is the project study report, which is the technical engineering portion that evaluates the alternatives. But equally important, maybe more important, is the community engagement tasks, which reaches out to the community, presents the technical information to them, and then brings that feedback back to the engineering study and helps to inform those alternatives as we move forward. So you may recall these icons at previous meetings when we brought these to you before. These are the 2 alternatives that are currently on the scope and for your consideration this evening. Alternative A, we're calling the underpass, where the Caltrain tracks stay at their existing elevation throughout the city, and we would bring Ravenswood down approximately 22 feet to go underneath the existing tracks. The other 3 crossings at Oak Grove, Glenwood, and Encinal would stay open to traffic. Alternative C is what we're calling a hybrid, and that would grade separate Ravenswood, Oak Grove, and Glenwood avenues by raising the train tracks up and the roadways down at various differences at those 3 crossings. So you may recall seeing these 3D simulations. I'm going to show them again because they're so helpful in illustrating the 2 alternatives. This is alternative A, and we start looking east down Ravenswood as if you're over El Camino. And here you can see how Ravenswood goes down, and the tracks and Alma Street both are at their existing elevation, but that Ravenswood dips down below both of those. So at Ravenswood and Alma Street, you lose the connectivity for the vehicles, but bicycles and pedestrians would have paths that would connect the 2, as well as paths that would connect them into the train station. Merrill Street, Alma Lane, and some of the local driveways in this area would also be disconnected because of the drop of about 22 feet at Ravenswood. And here you can see that coming around. Here's a conceptual idea of what the train station, platforms, and all of that would look like. This is for illustrative purposes only. And then here we come up above the building of Cafe Baroni and Kepler's, roughly back to where we started. This is the alternative C, the hybrid option. And again, we'll start the flyover at roughly the same place over El Camino. Here you can see that Ravenswood dips less than in alternative A, and then the railroad tracks are raised a little bit from the existing elevation. You can see that Alma Street, which when we get past the train tracks here, Alma Street and Ravenswood Avenue will be able to connect with some grading along Alma Street. And the intersection there would be fully signalized, which means the through movements and left turn movements that are not available right now would be returned. Alma Lane, Merrill Street, Noel, and Alma Street, would all be able to be connected to Ravenswood with some minor adjustments to the grade that we would do as part of this project. And again, here's a tentative idea, just conceptual, of what the station area could look like. There you see Merrill Street is still connecting. And again, we're coming back over El Camino. So next, the video will show as if we're going northbound above the train tracks. And this will show the grade separations conceptually at Oak Grove. Here's Oak Grove here. And as we continue northbound, you'll see Glenwood coming up in a second there to show an idea of what it could look like. Again, this is all very conceptual for illustrative purposes to give you an idea of how far up the train tracks would be compared to existing streets, how far down the existing streets would have to come to match. So with that, since we began the project in 2016, we've done an extensive amount of community engagement because that is such a critical part. And here, I know you've seen this bullet list before, so I won't go through all of it, but I did want to highlight the few items towards the end there that we've done since the October meeting. Palo Alto Rail Committee and the Atherton City Council study session, Menlo Park City staff went to those and presented to them. And then we have the meeting here this evening. So throughout this whole process, and you probably recall this slide as well, we've been hearing a lot of the same themes, and even most recently we've been hearing them as well. More grade separations, minimizing height of the railroad, and generally increasing connectivity, specifically east-west for all modes. We've also been hearing these wish list items, and we're calling them wish lists because they are outside of the scope of this existing project. And two items in particular are items that have come up most recently, the idea of a railroad trench or a tunnel, and a viaduct or a fully raised train track. So when we were before you in October, as I mentioned, we were directed to come back with some additional information. So here's a list of the items that we were requested, and I'll go into the responses that we received on these items. Basically, coordinate with our two neighboring cities, Town of Atherton and Palo Alto. Confirm with the San Mateo County Transportation Authority how much grant funding is available in their grade separation funds. Coordinate with our legal counsel on our existing rail policy, and to report back with the peak hour gate downtime. So starting out, Town of Atherton, we at the October meeting, the questions that were posed to present to the town city council were if they were interested in any elevation, and if they were interested in partnering with us on any project that we might have. For example, if we did some elevation of rail that could go into their city limits, would they be interested in elevation and partnering on a hybrid? Then Mayor Keith wrote a letter to their Mayor Lemprest asking these questions and outlining, and city staff presented to their city council meeting at a study session in December. What we heard from their council is that they are not in support of any elevation of the rail tracks within the town limits, and therefore they were not interested in partnering with us on a grade separation at this time if it included a rail elevation. In addition, there were a number of Felton Gables residents in the northern end of Menlo Park that were requesting no elevation and generally agreed with the Town of Atherton's comments on the project. With the City of Palo Alto, we've had ongoing staff-to-staff coordination, and we also are participating in the Technical Advisory Committee for their Connecting Palo Alto, which is their rail study that they're looking at their grade separations at all their crossings. We presented at their rail committee meeting in November to get their feedback. We've also attended a number of their meetings and watched their meetings, including the Trench and Tunnel Roundtable in March of this year. And they are currently on schedule to select a preferred alternative for all of their at-grade crossings this December. And right now, the status of that is that they started with 34 different alternatives, looking at various alternatives and combinations of alternatives. And their rail subcommittee is working with their staff and their consultant team to narrow those down so that they can then present them to the City Council in the coming months to continue narrowing it down until they have a selection. The City of Palo Alto has generally shown an interest to coordinate with us on any alternatives we move forward with at our borders. Another question that was posed to staff to return with was how much of the existing San Mateo County Transportation Authority grade separation funds, which is part of our Measure A, how much of that funding is still available to be awarded to projects moving forward, such as ours. And what we found out was that all of the existing funds are fully committed to existing projects. So if we were to move forward, we would not be able to secure any of the funds in the current funding balance. However, there is an upcoming ballot measure called Get Us Moving San Mateo County that would put a ballot measure to provide more funds for transportation projects moving forward. That would include grade separations throughout the county, and as of right now, they're still working out the details, and so it's unclear how much of that money would be directed towards grade separations versus other types of transportation projects, but that is something that is moving forward. And I believe you have a representative from that effort coming to, I believe it's the next meeting, to give you a presentation on the update of that measure. Another item that City Council asked for us to take a look at was any updates to the rail policy to reflect current conditions and other projects going on. And so as part of your staff report packet, there's an attachment that shows a markup of city staff and legal counsel's recommendations for some edits to the rail policy. And these are just 4 bullets to kind of give a brief overview, showing Ravenswood Avenue as our highest priority, since that is where most of our traffic of all modes is crossing east-west. Removes reference to items that have already been funded or constructed, for example, some of the electrification items. Showing an opposition to elevated 3-track system in addition to the 4-track system that's already mentioned in our policy, and just general updates of formatting and grammar for clarity. And the final question that staff was asked to come back with was regarding the projected peak hour gate downtime. And so the gate downtime is when, from the moment that the bells start going off, the lights start flashing, and the gates start moving downward, all the way to when they are fully back up, the gates and the lights are off. So the data from the Caltrain high-speed rail blended analysis is also an attachment in the staff report, so you can see the details that we got from that study. But what staff did was kind of put it in some percentages to give a better feel for what those numbers really meant. And so what you can see here is in the morning peak hour and in the afternoon peak hour, those 2 separate tables, the increase in gate downtime for the variety of our 4 crossings is anywhere from an increase of 14 to 70% in time. And what that means is for a peak hour, that on average, the gates would be down about 25% of the peak hour time. And so I'd also like to clarify that the blended system that we got the analysis we got this data from is looking at the conditions after electrification and high-speed rail are built, and they're based on projections. As the project moves forward, the blended system planning will continue, and these numbers may change a little, but this gives you a good feel for what the future condition could look like. So since we came before you in October, we've been continuing to hear from a group of the community that is interested in us studying other options that were not part of this scope, specifically a viaduct or a fully raised track option. And so we held, the City Council Rail Subcommittee held a public meeting last month on April 17th. And that was to not only review the status of the project, but also to hear public comments generally about this additional alternative that is being asked for. We had approximately 35 to 40 attendees, and 22 of them gave public comment, and roughly, I believe it was 4 gave comment supporting doing some additional studies for a viaduct or a raised rail, and 18 gave public comment opposed to any rail elevation, specifically in the northern end of town. What we discussed with the Rail Subcommittee that evening was 2 potential options that slightly mirror what we're asking your input for tonight. One was to maintain the existing scope and to return to you tonight with the answers to the questions you asked back in October. The other option was to amend the scope, was to look at any additional alternatives that the Rail Subcommittee may have thought were of use to come back to you for the full council with that information. And the recommendation that staff received from the Rail Subcommittee that night was to return to you as soon as possible. And that's why we're here tonight, and to maintain this existing scope, but they also voiced a willingness to receive more information on other alternatives. One thing I'd like to note, and hopefully it won't be too dark, you can go out and see it, but in order to give some real life perspective on what 12 feet, 22, 30 feet looks like, we've been throwing these numbers out throughout the project. What we've done is our wonderful staff out at the Corp Yard have put some markings on the flagpole that's just right outside the council chambers here next to the duck pond. And we also have a sign that helps you to understand what those mean and what that means with regards to some of these alternatives we're talking about. So here's an excerpt from the sign that's posted right outside of in front of the flagpole. The very top marking is red, and that's 30 feet. And that's roughly how far the rail would be if you had an open trench. The clearance you would need from the rail to the bottom of a structure for vehicles, a bridge structure like that picture up on the upper left, is about 30 feet. The middle marking is blue, and that's 22 feet. And what we're talking about there is the clearance if you have the rail above and the vehicles below. So that would apply for a viaduct example. It would also apply under alternative A when you're bringing Ravenswood down 22 feet. That gives you an idea of how much Ravenswood would be lowered from existing elevation. And then finally, the lowest marking is in orange. It's 12 feet. And so 12 feet is the difference you would need between a pedestrian access way and the bridge structure above you, the rail above you. So it would apply for the pedestrian and bicycle pass around area in alternative A. It would also be for alternative C. We're looking at breezeways or open areas underneath the rail and potentially at the station itself and other areas. That would be approximately 12 feet. That if you're walking along Alma Street, for example, that gives you a feel for how high the wall or structure or open area for alternative C would look. So I encourage everyone to go out there and take a look at it. We'll keep it out there this week, and as long as those markings stay up there. So that brings us to what we're here for tonight. We are here presenting two options for you to get some direction to move forward. Option one is the original scope. And so there we would ask that you select a preferred alternative between alternative A and alternative C. That's what we discussed back in October, and the information that I showed you, the simulations, the videos tonight. Additionally, we ask that you appropriate $31,000 and authorize the city manager to amend AECOM's budget and contract, because all of the efforts and exhibits and technical expertise that they brought on the open trench and the viaduct discussions up to this point would cover their effort there, which was completely out of scope. Option number two would be to amend the scope for additional studies to take a look at potentially a fully elevated alternative at Ravenswood and Oak Grove. That option we would ask that you eliminate one of the two existing alternatives so we can focus a comparison matrix on the new alternative and one of the existing. And so we would ask that alternative A is eliminated from consideration as a potential preferred and continue to consider alternative C. And the reason that we've recommended that is because through our community outreach, the majority of the stakeholders, community members, community meeting attendees have voiced a preference for alternative C. That would also direct staff to develop a newly elevated alternative at Ravenswood and Oak Grove that we would then bring back to you to take a look at. We'd do a similar comparison matrix like we've done for A and C and ask you to select between those. That would push us out probably to returning in November. There's a timeline in the staff report that shows that, so we would come back later this year with that those findings. This alternative we also ask that you appropriate $85,000 and authorize the city manager to amend the comms contract to do this additional work to take a look at what a fully raised elevated rail alternative would look like. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Angela. Appreciate the presentation and the hard work. I don't know if there are any clarifying questions. Councilmember Klein, your light is on. Okay, so why don't we go to public comment, because we have a fair number, quite a number of speakers. So let me go back up to the list. We first have, I think, Mike Brady, followed by Allison Mader. Good evening and welcome, Mike.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Menlo Park and am an attorney in Redwood City. And for the last 11 years, I have worked in opposing, pro bono, the entrance of high-speed rail to the peninsula. You may not know this, but 8 years ago, the California High-Speed Rail Authority held a huge meeting at the State Building in San Francisco. That's where the Supreme Court is. There's a huge auditorium there. Hundreds of people from the peninsula showed up because the state was proposing a viaduct from San Francisco to San Jose. Yes, a viaduct solves all the problems, doesn't it? No need for grade separation because it's just up there. Just like the approach from Newark, New Jersey to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. How lovely. Right through the heart of some of the most beautiful residential areas of the peninsula. A viaduct. That's what I hear tonight, is a creeping viaduct, favored by high-speed rail, favored by Caltrain. Be very careful about the reaction. You'll have there was a near riot in San Francisco 8 years ago, and it never came up again after that meeting. It was clear what the public hated and what they did not want. My only other comment is about this downtime on the gates. Paul Jones, a PhD in Atherton, did a major study on this more than a year ago, and you were all sent a copy of that study. He worked on the South Korean and Spanish high-speed rail. He knows his stuff. When high-speed rail comes to the peninsula, 20 trains per hour past every intersection. 20 trains per hour. Gates have to come down every 3 minutes, not 6. Paralysis of the peninsula. You can't get to work, can't get your kids to school, you can't get to the hospital. Don't forget that. Paralysis of the peninsula. 20 trains per hour. 10 south, 10 north. When that came up 2 years ago in Burlingame, what did Caltrain say? We're studying it. We'll let you know. They're still studying it, and they haven't let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Allison Mader, followed by Steve Pierce. And if I can ask folks, we're trying to keep moving along, so we want to make sure that folks who may have a different opinion aren't intimidated. So we generally ask not to clap or jeer or say something. However, if you want to do thumbs up or wave, that would be fine. So, and for Steve Pierce, thumbs up. So
yes. Oh, thank you.
Welcome, Steve.
I'll just sit down now. It can't get any better. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Steve Pierce with the Greenheart Land Company, here to just express our thoughts about the options that are before you. All the options will have a significant impact on Station 1300. And let me just kind of cut to the conclusions, and as time allows, kind of explain our rationale. Obviously, we have the the impacts that will occur during construction, as well as from the grade separation when it's completed. And under construction, our residents and our retailers are really going to be quite significantly affected. And really, there's only one way to sort of mitigate those impacts, and that is to have the shortest construction period possible, with option C being something closer to 5 years. That is the least preferable to us, where an option A or an elevated, which is supposed to be something closer to 4 years, would be certainly preferable. Once the grade separation is built itself, option C, of course, depresses Oak Grove at Garwood, which creates problems, particularly for our retailers, which again makes A or elevated much more preferable to us. So what are these construction impacts? Well, there's many of them, but I just want to focus on one, which would be the shoe fly. And the shoe fly would come right down Garwood. And for us, it's got 3 sets of impacts, one being vibration, the other being actually community impact, which is the traffic on El Camino, as well as the effect upon the viability of our retailers. Our acoustic engineers tell us that moving the tracks during the shoe fly period from 90 feet away from the face of our residential building to 30 feet is primarily going to induce vibration, shaking of plates, the whole 9 yards. With respect to traffic on El Camino, we have 3 entrances. 2 of those entrances to our underground parking would be not available during that 4 or 5 year period of time, which is going to concentrate all of our traffic onto El Camino, and that would be El Camino northbound, which is not really good for anybody in the community. Thirdly, with our retailers, we are creating 45, 46 at-grade parking stalls on the new Garwood. Those would not be available, and Oak Grove is really kind of a marginal location for retail to begin with. They need the best of conditions. Removing all the parking, the obvious parking for that number of years is not desirable. So again, the shorter the construction period, the better to mitigate those kinds of impacts. With the grade separation itself, any questions?
Thank you, Steve. Allison Mader, followed by Brooke, and on my screen there's no last name, but...
So Allison was actually on my staff, and she was going to cede her time to me if I can have maybe another 30 seconds or so.
If she's donated her time for you, go ahead.
Thank you. So once everything's constructed, the issue with option C for us is the depressing of the intersection. First off, our retailers would not be visible from Oak Grove Drive-By, and again, it would not be really clear where parking, the surface parking is located, so it's not good for them. In addition, we are trying to make that corner into something really special. We drew the building back to create what we call Oak Grove Plaza, where we're going to have fountain, trees, seating area for an adjacent cafe, grand staircase into the apartments, as well as a nice architectural statement with a 2-story archway and whatnot. All of this oriented to the train station, with the hopes that this would be kind of a gathering place, hangout place while you're waiting for the train to come. So creating basically a huge trench between us and the Caltrain station really makes that a much less attractive corner, and indeed kind of foils the whole design intent by really kind of cutting off the at-grade pedestrian connection that we had. So we find option C to be really the most disruptive in terms of really creating a nice plaza and corner there. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Brooke, followed by William Flom. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I think we've been on this journey together now for about 4 years, talking about this intersection. I know that because I used to bring my infant with me, and he's now almost 5. So I just want to move forward like Councilman Mueller was saying. And we were here 7 months ago, and I said the same stuff, so I'll keep it brief. In terms of this journey and going to all of the meetings and the community support has been, if faced with these alternatives, then we want alternative C. That has been the community voice over and over again. 7 months ago, we stood here for 4.5 hours before we realized there was no quorum, saying the same thing. That's what the community has been asking for. The reason for that is it's maintaining the connectivity with Alma and the park. We did the trial. We know what it looks like to separate that connectivity, and the community hated it. I mean, hated it. So that's why it increased the traffic around the park. It was unsafe. Anyway, the community has spoken. I won't belabor the point that we've spoken for 4 years now, 7 months ago, and again tonight. That's what people have wanted is alternative C. And I think I don't want to get lost in this, that the ultimate goal is safety at that intersection. And so for the last 4 years, we've been waiting for it to become more safe, and it's not any safer. So if this drags out, please, for the love of all that is good, at least put a stoplight there, something as we drag this out to make that a safer place. Now, my baby that I used to put in a stroller and have to cross my fingers when I crossed is now on a bike. Let's remember why we're doing this, is to make this safer for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. William Flom, followed by Cynthia Ishler. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Bill Flom. I'm a resident of 150 Alma Street here in Menlo Park. Last year, my wife, son, and I moved to Menlo Park from my hometown in Dayton, Ohio. In Dayton, I saw the building of a viaduct-like structure that sliced the city in half. I saw the city's population tumble from 250,000 to its present 140,000. To clarify, cars, not trains, run on Dayton's elevated structure. But in the late 1950s, Dayton city government faced, like you, a choice. Their choice was between two highway options. One located the highway west of the city, keeping Dayton whole. The other ran through the center of town, cutting the city in half. Major retailers favored the latter. They won, but the city and its residents lost. Menlo Park does not have the option of relocating the railroad track to its periphery. It does have the option of choosing a solution that preserves the visual and typological integrity of the city. It has the option of choosing a solution that does not add to the incessant noise that would radiate to the surrounding areas. Dayton's elevated highway hardened the divide between the city's east and west sides. It contributed to an economic, cultural, and ethnic divide that has challenged the city ever since. Dayton's version of a viaduct was not the only factor contributing to the population decline, but it has left a permanent scar. Dayton is not the only U.S. city that regrets building an elevated transportation structure. A decade ago, Boston dismantled at a cost of $15 billion the Interstate 93 elevated viaduct that cut through its downtown. With the viaduct gone, Boston's waterfront and surrounding area has experienced a dynamic renaissance. I urge you to learn from Dayton's and from Boston and other cities that are tearing down outdated, elevated transportation structures. Cities like Nashville, Portland, Fort Worth, Toronto, Baltimore, Providence, and many more. Please stay on the leading edge. Don't take a step backward. Instead, find a solution that preserves the visual and territorial integrity of Menlo Park. In doing that, you'll preserve its property values and allow it to continue to be a livable city that my family have moved to and have come to love. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Cynthia Ishler, followed by Catherine Bishop. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Otake and council members. You may remember me. I was here before representing Felton Gables. I'm the president of the Felton Gables Homeowners Association, also a longtime resident. I was raised in Felton Gables. So I'm going to keep this short because I'm basically saying the same thing I said the last time I was standing before you. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as Felton Gables. We have, would everybody like to raise their hands, people from Felton Gables? Yeah. Okay. And also as a resident of Menlo Park, I'd like to stress that since we're not just thinking about the effect on Felton Gables, but also the entire effect on Menlo Park. Once again, I'll mention that we have 250 signed letters from people from Felton Gables, but also other neighborhoods near the tracks who say so this is all about we don't want a viaduct. It's as simple as that. We're hoping you're not going to go down that road. I'm just going to say this letter, one of the paragraphs in this letter says, it's clear that people living anywhere within visual distance of the Caltrain tracks and many others throughout our city are opposed to creating a looming, shadow-casting, wire-bearing viaduct cutting across town. So there's that. And then just very quickly referencing a letter from a friend of mine. We actually grew up in Felton Gables together. He couldn't be here tonight. He sent this to me, asked me if I could read it. Again, I'm going to cut this a little short, but basically what he said is, my younger brother Ed spoke in these chambers as a teenager against a plan to abandon public tree pruning and maintenance. He pointed out that one could clearly see the border between Menlo Park and Redwood City from Windy Hill, our family's favorite spot, because of the trees. My mother, Marian Sofke, was a reporter here and locally for more years than I can remember, and an active supporter of open spaces. Here's what I imagined they would approve of me saying about the neighborhood I grew up in just down the street from the trains. On behalf of your constituents, please commit to a solution which is pro-human, achievable, and transparently viable. It may not cover everything, but at least it moves a permanent decision in the right direction, which in my opinion is an absolute commitment to peace and quiet and safety. In Menlo Park, our house prices are what they are, and our life is what it is because of our quiet neighborhoods, among the last refuges in Silicon Valley from incessant traffic and construction. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, and also Catherine Bishop donated her time to me, but it looks like I'm not going to need it. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, so Catherine Bishop donated time. Tim Warner, followed by Ken Sutherland.
Good evening, council members. Thanks for hearing me out tonight. So my name is Tim Warner. I'm a 35-year homeowner in Menlo Park. I'm here principally to speak against the viaduct idea, which was discussed with the rail subcommittee a few weeks ago. I speak as a resident of Menlo Park, even though I live in Felton Gables. Fortunately, our neighborhood has come together to oppose this idea because we think it's bad for the city. And frankly, it's a good thing that we did, as this idea was proposed and discussed before. So many of us thought the council had put it to rest, but apparently that's not the case. Now, based on our comments at the rail subcommittee meeting a few weeks ago, some proponents of the viaduct idea believe that we do not understand the proposal, and so they seek to discredit us in several respects. First, they claim that the so-called fully elevated open rail structure, also known as FIORS, is not a viaduct. Well, it may not be carrying water like the original Roman viaducts, but it is carrying a train or two or three. We know that what those structures look like around the country, that's already been pointed out, and the world, and they are going away as communities seek to tear them down. You know the line, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, well, this one sure qualifies as a viaduct or duct, even though it may be shorter than some examples elsewhere around the country. Second, the proponents think that we are speaking just for our neighborhood and that we actually won't be affected because the viaduct will drop to grade by the time it gets to our neighborhood. So why should we worry? Actually, we speak very seriously as citizens and property owners of the entire city. Placing a large viaduct and its associated graded ramps through the city, including residential areas, will divide the city, create a scar across it, and produce unsightly berms as the trains climb to the top of this 30-foot colossus. And importantly, it costs more than the other options the council is considering. Third, as was pointed out, we have many signatures opposing this idea, which we brought to the hearing a month ago. We are told by proponents that there's a growing coalition in support. But what are their true motives for their approach? How can they justify the incremental cost to an option whose structure will cast a shadow across the center of the city, create a fortress-like landscape, and negatively affect the neighborhoods along the line? I urge the council to dismiss this misguided option and support option A. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Ken Sutherland, followed by Lori Thomas.
Good evening. I have an update. It's Warriors 69, Pelicans 56. My name is Ken Sutherland. I'm a 30-year homeowner in Menlo Park. So I'd like to echo the previous speakers and emphasize the fact that an elevated train does not belong in a residential area because of the negative impacts on quality of life, property values, visual aesthetics, and noise. While proponents of the elevated tracks like to tout the elimination of train horns, they neglect to point out how rumble, noise, and vibration when a train is elevated tens of feet into the air can be louder and project even farther. And there are other ways to eliminate train horns. The lush network of trees lining the Caltrain tracks in the residential areas of Menlo Park provide an important visual and sound barrier to the trains passing through. To build a viaduct or an elevated berm across the entire city would require removing many of these trees and some number of homes, which would severely compromise the visual and audio barriers in place today. Further, the viaduct itself would put the body of the train some 30 feet in the air, dominating the landscape with concrete, poles, wires, and steel. And I'd like to point out that the architectural sketches or the actually fantastic digital video rendering of a viaduct or an elevated structure, when seen from the perspective above the tracks, make it look so neat and tidy. But to get the true perspective, what we will see every day, you have to walk, drive, or cycle next to a 20 or 25 or 30-foot wall or overpass, or go stand by the flagpole. It's quite different. These structures are massive and visually overpowering and have no place in our community. Finally, constructing a viaduct, or even option C, would result in years of disruption all along the rail corridor to raise the tracks above current grade. And there were some comments about the shoe fly tracks as well. Please vote to retain Menlo Park's aesthetically pleasant and residential-oriented character and select option A to help address the crosstown traffic concerns. This is the fastest, cheapest, and least disruptive solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ken. And thanks for the Warriors update as well. Lori Thomas, followed by Marcy Abramowitz. Hi, Lori.
Good evening. Lori Thomas, and an 18-year resident of Menlo Park. I agree with what they have said before me against the viaduct for all the various reasons, loss of property values, noise, creating this visual scar across our city that is so beautiful and is known for its beauty and its trees. Not only would we lose trees, but if trees remained, the viaduct would be above the trees. I also am in favor of option A. Ravenswood is the most financially feasible, inexpensive option at this time. Ravenswood gets more than 50% of the traffic crossings each day, which makes it the most reasonable option to go with at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Marcy Abramowitz, followed by Simon Wilson. And Marcy, do you have a slide? Is that correct?
I do have a slide. Thank you. So, good evening. I'm Marcy Abramowitz, and I am using Steve Walton's 3 minutes in case I run over. And while I live in Felton Gables, I am here as a 25-year resident of Menlo Park. And I'd like to make 2 points this evening. First, I'd like to share this important slide, which is projected up here, to point out the impact of vehicular crossings on the decision of grade separation. So if you look at the top row of this table, you'll see Menlo Park Transportation Department data on the number of vehicles that cross the tracks each day at the 4 crossings. So according to the city's data, a total of 45,000 vehicles cross the tracks each day. These are one-way crossings. So if you cross town and then you come back, that's 2 crossings. 24,000, or more than half, of the 45,000 daily crossings occur at Ravenswood. If you add the 10,000 crossings at Oak Grove, you cover 3/4 of all of the Menlo Park crossings. Both Glenwood and Encinal are minor crossings, with only 6,000 and 5,000 vehicle crossings per day. So at a high level, the idea of grade separating Glenwood and Encinal, be it by hybrid, berm, or a viaduct, is overkill and completely unnecessary. There are simply not enough vehicles traveling across these 2 intersections to justify the expense and the impacts. However, if we take this analysis further and looked at the cost of grade separation, you can see how that relates to vehicle crossings. So option A, which is only Ravenswood, is projected to cost $200 million. If you divide that by 24,000 daily vehicle crossings, it works out to $8,300 per daily vehicle crossing. Option C, which separates 3, is projected to cost $390 million. So if you divide that by the 3 crossings, it works out to an average of $130 million per crossing. That's fine. For Glenwood, this works out to a cost of nearly $22,000 per average daily crossing. So compared to just separating Ravenswood on a daily vehicle crossing basis, grade separating Glenwood is 3 times the cost. So in retrospect, looking at it this way, council probably should have just looked at options A and B. But instead of C, since Glenwood really makes no sense at all from an economic standpoint. So when you add to this analysis the practical reality of thousands of people living on both sides of the tracks from Oak Grove all the way north to Atherton, and for all the reasons that others have shared, there's even less reason to pursue option C. My second point relates to an argument that was made some months back opposing option A, and that was the closing of Alma at Ravenswood, which would make it more difficult to access the library and the gym, since you would need to drive all the way around Laurel to Burgess to Alma to loop around. And I'd actually like to reframe this negative as a positive. First of all, access to the library from Laurel can be easily achieved by connecting the lot here by council chambers across to the library lot, or taking the main lot by the police station, and unfortunately you have to eliminate the fountain, but you could run that over to the lot by the library. So there really is no reason to have to drive all the way around. That is the elimination of a negative. The positive, though, would come from the myriad of ways that Alma, from the ball field all the way to Ravenswood, could be repurposed to the benefit of the city, since this street, which is over 1/4 mile, wouldn't be needed any longer. So a dedicated bike lane with no impediments could run all the way from the creek to Oak Grove. Senior housing could be built on city land, which would be mere steps away from the library and all of the services that are here, classes and the gym. Another idea, my kids are now in college, but for years we were always looking for a new soccer field. So 1/4 mile of repurposed Alma would offer plenty of room. And these are just 3 ideas. If you guys are looking for an ad hoc committee to join, I am sure you would all want to be on the one that figures out how you can repurpose Alma Street. So in summary, number 1, there is no quantifiable reason to subject the residents and taxpayers to the excessive costs and years of construction noise and inconvenience to grade separate crossings that get fewer than 5,000 and 6,000 vehicles going across each day. The benefits simply do not justify the cost. And number two, option A is not only the better choice, it presents a host of benefits for the city to take advantage of. Option A is a win-win. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Marcy. Diana Holliday, followed by Brian Keating.
Good evening, council members. My name is Diana Holliday, and I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I come before you tonight worried about our city. I worry about the future we build together and what it will say about our values. As such, I ask that the council focus on core values of our community when it decides about the direction we take with regards to the grade separation. So what are those values? In my opinion, neighborhoods that are safe and quiet for its residents, that we're also a city that preserves its character and protects its citizens from unnecessary large-scale infrastructure that would diminish the value of our neighborhoods and community center. Also, a city that is fiscally responsible and scales necessary public works to the appropriate level that minimizes impact to the community. As such, I urge the council to focus on our common values and forego committing additional time and resources on building a berm or viaduct in our residential areas, and to emphasize that option A, grade separation on Ravenswood only, is the best grade separation for the city. Option A allows the tracks to stay at grade throughout the city, thus preserving our current profile. Is half the price of option C and is therefore fiscally responsible. And 3 will take less than half the time to complete and preserve the character of our community. So in summary, I support option A for Menlo Park, and thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Diana. Brian Keating, followed by Claire Warner. So Brian is donating time, or at least Claire, would you like to come up and?
I would, but I don't need extra time.
Okay.
Thank you very much to the council members and the mayor for this opportunity to address you. I am Claire Warner, a 35-year resident of Menlo Park. I love the city and I love it the way it is. It is changing and there are some good changes that are happening, but there are many aspects that make it a wonderful place to live just as it is. On the issue of grade separations, I urge the council to support solution A, the grade separation at Ravenswood only. And because there is ongoing discourse about the possibility of a viaduct, I would like to add that I strongly oppose that idea. At a previous meeting that I attended, asked those who were present who ever knew anyone who had lived near a viaduct. I never have known anyone, and it turns out that one of my neighbors had lived near one in Fremont and said it was not an experience that he wanted to repeat. I was going to ask the question tonight, whoever knew of a city with residential areas on both sides of a railroad track that had a viaduct through the middle. I appreciate the comments of the gentleman from Dayton, Ohio, who did introduce names of a number of cities with viaducts where it was not a good solution. And I really do think that this is not a road that we want to take. For me, a viaduct would be an extremely expensive, very risky experiment, the likes of which we really shouldn't think twice about. And I think I will conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Maria Amundsen, followed by Viral Avey.
Good evening.
Hi, Maria.
And thank you.
Maria Amundsen, 26-year resident of Menlo Park, and here to also voice my opposition to a viaduct or even really an elevated structure going multiple intersections. I just, by coincidence, tonight went to an event in San Mateo, and I had to take El Camino because 101 was such a mess. And just driving through Belmont and San Carlos, I really encourage you, given that your legacy is what's on the line here, what you vote for is the future of a very visible change in Menlo Park, and to go intersection after intersection to see partial berms there. I invite you to say, does that really look like it's connecting east and west, or does it look like a big wall is going right down the side of El Camino, and you don't really know even what's on the other side of it? So I just think the weight of this, I realize, is a very heavy responsibility on all of your shoulders, and encourage you to think through what this might do, what the city might look like with a berm across multiple intersections, or certainly with a viaduct down the whole thing. And I really heard our neighbor who said this is about safety, and that much of the community is talking about option C, or saying that option C is positive. I also feel really strongly about safety. I have kids that have ridden to school in Menlo Park, and I do think we should be looking at safe routes to school and what more can be done, and how do we keep everybody on a bicycle and walking safe. But I don't know that separating grades where we have much lower traffic, and when we have the opportunity to build a future where we can direct that traffic. Which direction do the kids go? Where do people go? We have options as we design to make it work the right way, and I think that can be done under A, cost effectively and safely and in a beautiful way, and that will help us welcome all the new residents who are moving into Menlo Park as the city grows and we build more housing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Verl Aby, followed by Sharon Deli.
Hi, it's good to see you again. I've come to many of these also, and I'd like to say I've lived in Menlo Park since 1980 in Linfield Oaks, and I've seen what's been happening in the town, and the thing I'd like to focus on, which the staff I thought did a very good job of focusing on, at least in this neighborhood, we've been very concerned about safety of pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars, and I think Alternative C does the best job of doing that. I think we all remember the unfortunate accident a few years ago where the woman perished on the tracks. You know, none of us want to see that happen again, so I think moving this process forward in a way to preserve safety would be the right thing. The other comment, just thinking tonight and listening to the other speakers, with the increase in the downtime of the gates that's going to be happening, regardless of what we do, the town's going to be separated anyway. So we talk about, you know, Alternative C creating a barrier or something like that, but when we go from 12 minutes of downtime to 17 minutes at Ravenswood and the other crossings, the traffic backup will be very severe. The other comment in terms of the visual look of the town, all of the construction going in now along El Camino, I think most of it, and I'm sure all of you can correct me, I think those buildings are on the order of 4 stories high. We're going to be looking at that wall, those of us in Linfield Oaks, regardless of whether we do Alternative C, which I support, or not. I think it'll look about the same. And so we've already done that. That train's left the station, no pun intended, you know, in terms of that construction along El Camino. And so I think at this point we need to provide a safe environment for our pedestrians and proceed with that. The other comment I would make is I attended one of the one back on June 7th of 2017, the community meeting, and I think out of the almanac, the results were about 55 people were there, and most of the people at that meeting were from either this neighborhood or just on the other side of Ravenswood. So in this area, 85% of the people supported Alternative C, even though they knew that it would have a bigger impact during the construction phase on all of us who live right here, I walked here tonight, than it will on people in other parts of town. So I think that those of us who see what's happening here every day say, you know, we're going to grit our teeth and get through the construction and we'll be happy when we get to the other side. But, you know, not proceeding that's a decision also, and it's not a good decision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Sharon Deli, followed by Ezio Alviti. Good evening, Sharon.
Good evening. Hopefully my phone didn't die and I still have my notes here.
I'm Sharon Deli, and my husband and I are business owners at 961 El Camino Real, and we also rent to two other businesses near the intersection of Ravenswood and El Camino. I've also been a lifetime resident of this area, Menlo Park, so we enjoy living here and shopping here. Because our properties are in such close proximity to the work that would be done for the new grade separation and railway improvements, I would like to request that the City Council please explore or at least consider a study for fully elevated grade separations, an option that would be less disruptive to the businesses in the area. It has been brought to our attention also that Alternative C, which would lower the road at Ravenswood, Oak Grove, and Glenwood, if I'm getting my messages straight, as well as raise the tracks, would not only take an extensive amount of more time to do the work and would be extremely disruptive to the local businesses. Not to mention that digging up the roads would have an impact on Hetch Hetchy water pipes and other underground utilities. It's like opening up a Pandora's box. Whereas an option for a fully elevated, and it can be beautifully designed, open rail structure made with arches and decorative pillars would result in less construction times and less disruptions to the local businesses and our community. I understand that San Bruno project is one that implemented the fully elevated rail alternative. I've also been told that a fully elevated grade separation solution would improve east-west bike and pedestrian connectivity and create the opportunity to integrate the train station infrastructure into a well-landscaped central plaza. All that we're asking today is that you just consider a fully elevated rail separation alternative. We only get one chance to do this right. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Sharon. Ezio Alviti, followed by Dana Hendricks. Good evening, Mr. Alviti.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ezio Alviti. I've lived in Menlo Park for 42 years, the last 27 years on Glenwood Avenue between Mills and Laurel. And I used to be able to see when I first arrived in Menlo Park. It's a very beautiful city. That's my memory. And I'm very concerned about the viaduct idea. I really don't, even though I can't see anymore, just the idea of that is very unappealing. Also, I think of a roller coaster in terms of this open rail, how much noise that makes. I would not appreciate that as someone who lives rather close to the train station. Now, the concern I have with option A is that if people find the downtime unacceptable at Glenwood and Oak Grove later on, then the only type of separation that could be done would be the same as Ravenswood, which would be very highly disruptive and frankly would eliminate my home as part of that project. And so, given the options available, then I would support option C, even though it does create more disruption in the short term. But I see it as risk management over a long expanse of time. I've been here a long time. I hope to be around for a while. And I look at it from that perspective. In my wildest of dreams, a tunnel would have been wonderful. But I realize the finances of that are not likely to be possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alviti. Dana Hendricks, followed by Henry Riggs. Hi, Dana.
Hi, good evening. Hello. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to all of you about this incredibly important issue. I'm going to use my glasses. I'm becoming dependent on them. The selection of a grade separation alternative is clearly a very high-stakes decision, one that will significantly impact our entire community. During 3 to 5 years of very heavy construction, and probably for another 75 to 100 years. We are not going to have another opportunity to look at grade separations in this century. It appears the City Council remains dissatisfied with the options it has today. We've gone back and forth on A and C. There are not a lot of benefits other than the hope that it will relieve traffic and improve safety, but the disruption and the visual impacts, etc., are extreme. Knowing this, a small team of residents, business owners, and some local subject matter experts have been working together since just before last October, trying to evaluate C, because it appeared to be the preferred alternative for both the community and the council, but also this alternative of fully elevating the grade separations. Unfortunately, misleading, inaccurate information, unfounded fears have hampered most of our efforts to get the city to study fully elevated grade separations. Tonight we will address these misconceptions. We expect the study of fully elevated grade separations would confirm our belief that it is a superior solution for our city, and we will hope you will prove it tonight. Our entire community deserves the opportunity to fairly evaluate this alternative. The council also needs this important information to make the decision and justify the decision on grade separation. A short study will not jeopardize funding. Caltrains will continue to build grade separations until they finish. There's no money available now. The money will come forward over time. Ravenswood remains a high priority for the California PUC. It will happen. There's also not the chance that any city in San Mateo County is really going to get ahead of us in terms of funding. We've talked to you about the other people who are potentially competing for funds. None that could get funds are ahead of us now. It's just Redwood City, and they're far behind us. So there's sufficient time to get ourselves on the correct path to do a study. So let's get this high-stake decision right and avoid future regrets. We look forward to answering your questions and to help the city during and after a study should one be performed. Henry Riggs will now provide some important facts about our proposal, and will be followed by Adrian Brandt and Mickey Winkler.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Henry Riggs, followed by Adrian Brandt.
Mr. Mayor and honorable council members, good evening. First, I just want to say briefly that some of us have a lot of passion about this and express ourselves differently, but I hope you know that it comes from the heart. Amid so many misconceptions and a lot of emotion, I and Adrian will try to responding as fear logically gathers well-meaning people. But this that you all are working on, this can be beautiful. The train need not be elevated past Felton Gables. We've tried to make that point over several weeks, but the charts have not been revised, understandably, because they were already made. We know that the missing AECOM study would have shown this months ago. Second, we will not be a 3-track wide, massive overhead. This will not be ugly unless council decides it wants it ugly. Indeed, it must be attractive. And we know there are images out there to help it be attractive. And of course, that's my career, trying to see these things. Transportation acoustics engineer has observed, and I have passed this on, including his name and his company, that raising the tracks does not add noise. In fact, tests have shown it might reduce it by 1 decibel. Until the consultant updates info, misleading information will remain before you. Again, you need the analysis. The effect on downtown during construction, as Mr. Pierce indicated, will be devastating, and this is just not necessary. Option C creates the visual and functional barrier. Fully elevated, meaning over downtown, does not. Finally, the very reason that volunteers have worked for 6 months on this issue is for the better environment, appearance, and east-west connection of our downtown. That's what brought us together, while preserving adjacent home quality at Encinal and North. Again, we've shown this. This can be beautiful. And this is why we need to study fully raised tracks downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Adrian Brandt, followed by Mickey Winkler.
Good evening, I'm Adrian Brandt. So the fully elevated alternative is really all the good points of option C minus its bad points. What you're doing with fully elevating is you've already started to elevate the train and you've put it right in your field of view, the big sausage of soil and concrete right across the center of downtown. Major visual barrier. I think I still have time. That was fast. When you fully elevate, you have a fully open, usable, visually connected space underneath all across the downtown, right in the heart of the city. And as Henry pointed out, as you go north of Oak Grove, you immediately start sloping down. Caltrain allows a 1% slope, and as we've seen with the San Bruno project, it's possible to get an exception. They did it. They've used 1.25%. We've done the calculations, 2,600 feet to Encinal. You can be back at grade with an average slope of a little less than 1%, actually. Further, just to talk a little bit more about that concept of fully elevated being alternative C without any of the drawbacks and more benefit. So you have no solid wall across the downtown, no costly and lengthy road lowering. I mean, that's an enormous amount of material that needs to be removed. And with C, that's an enormous amount of soil that has to be built up. It's a solid sausage of soil, essentially, encased in concrete. You don't have the unknowns of the utilities. You're digging up gas, electric, possibly Hetchy, all of that. It's a well-known, huge cost overrun source and a source of unknowns. So you want to avoid that. It preserves the street network, the connectivity that many of the previous speakers who are concerned about elevated talked about. There's no dips, there's no pumps, none of the flooding that Palo Alto has at Oregon Expressway, which you will be responsible for. So we have, it's also potentially cheaper because of all that road excavation that doesn't happen. All those streets that don't have to be lowered. You don't have Greenheart being cut off. You don't have the businesses being cut off. You don't have the private properties being cut off. Because with C, you have permanently lowered roads. So you have all the existing road network at the same level we enjoy today. You have bicycle pedestrian connectivity in areas where it never was before. You have visual connectivity. So there's a lot of good points to it. Some of okay, so let me I'm running out of time here. So option 2 tonight is only $81,000 more, or $81,000. That's only $50K more and 66 more months. You owe it to yourselves and the city to study this option so we have the answers and we don't have to be he said, she said, she said. We need this information. It's only $50,000 according to your own staff report.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Mickey Winkler.
Hello again. You have just received a checklist of issues.
Mickey, can you move the microphone closer, please?
Excuse me. So you have just received a checklist of issues that need to be studied in order to understand the possibility and potential advantages of fully elevating the railroad tracks in Menlo Park. The feasibility of constructing attractive fully elevated tracks over Ravenswood, Oak Grove, and Glenwood Avenues, but not at Encinal, and eliminating auto crossings at Encinal. A cost comparison of fully elevated tracks versus option C to include lowering roads, moving utilities, and possible property acquisition. 4 to 5 years of construction impacts with option C on city businesses, residences, police and fire response. Comparative noise impacts on the corridor and how they can be mitigated. Comparative visual impacts, including berm, poles, and the new open real estate created under tracks with a fully elevated alternative. And even the feasibility of doing option C. Does the location of the Hetch Hetchy pipe, which we've recently talked about, actually preclude lowering the roadways? Note that I did not mention or consider option A with its quad gates because it is inherently unsafe. And I'm clue to demonstrate this fact. There were 2 incidents last month, one in Atherton and one in Palo Alto, in which autos turned onto the tracks at which a quad gate and a regular gate were constructed. So I don't think you want to even consider, safety is such a factor, and especially with the higher speed rails, I really don't think you want to consider option A. I hope you will fund the study for option of the fully elevated tracks because it is such an important and lifelong decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Adina Levin, and as Adina is coming up, I just wanted to say I have on my screen that Viral Aby, but I don't know whether you've already spoken or yet to come up. He's gone? Okay, all right. So Adina, come on up. I believe you may be the last speaker. So.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin. On the Complete Streets Commission, recapping briefly there and then speaking for myself, which is that as the Complete Streets Commission, we wanted more is better. So, an option A and doing, if we can do 3 streets, that's better than 1 street. That will, provide us more cross-town connectivity. That will really kind of future-proof the city more, as we're going to be having more trains, whether it's Caltrain trains, and we're going to need that capacity, or high-speed trains over time. Personally, I think that if we can figure out a way to do 4 and not 3, if it's feasible and viable, that would be good. If we can do 3 and not 4, we should do basically as many as we can figure out how to do that is feasible. And in paying attention to the other discussions on the corridor and the funding, I think, any information that I continue to see, doesn't suggest that there's really any feasible way that we can fund a tunnel with underground stations. So I would like to see us moving ahead with as many grade separations as we can figure out how to do feasibly, and get in the queue with hopefully the San Mateo County ballot measure to be in the next queue to get this done in the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adina, and thank you everyone for staying and speaking this evening. We do appreciate it. All right, so we'll bring this back up here. I think Vice Mayor Mueller, you have the first question.
I have a menagerie of things to talk about that I'll maybe don't interrelate. But the first thing, and I want to say this now because it's occurred to me today, and Adina, Katie, and Jen, you'll probably want to listen to that part. I was looking at the high speed, I was looking at all of the different options today and trying to figure out, thinking about space. And it occurs to me that one of the things that we think about on council a lot is bike lanes on El Camino. And every time it comes up, we talk about, wouldn't it be great if there was a boulevard? And one of the things that I'd like to start seeing incorporated into the design, whether it be A or C or whatever, it's the space that's created from it actually creates a natural boulevard for bike lanes on both sides of the tracks, going all the way from Menlo Park down through Palo Alto and down the peninsula. You could, if you look at that even if you look at A or C, for example, if you were to create on the outline, you would have bike lanes on both sides, then you'd come up onto the tracks. It could be separated there and just be a flat boulevard going down separate. I think it's a natural, and then going for many miles, both directions, that we would create with space. If you were to do the viaduct, obviously underneath it, there is space created. So I really want those to be incorporated, and I don't know what other people are going to do, but there's the opportunity there for a connected network running the full length of the peninsula. So that's one thing to talk about. The next thing to talk about that I'm concerned about, when we were talking about option C, is that when you look at the traffic counts that were presented to us, and that was helpful, but unfortunately I'm not sure you're going to be happy with how I'm going to use it. You have 24,000 car trips going through Ravenswood, and then 10, 6, and 5 for a total of 45,000 cars. If you aggregate all of those together to 45,000 car trips, that about doubles what's going through Ravenswood when the design is complete. Ravenswood's already a mess. It's a total bottleneck, and the concern I have is similar to what we saw happening with the Willows neighborhood. When you bottleneck something, people tend to cut through all of the neighborhoods around it trying to get to be first in line. And so I'm concerned about what effect that's going to have. The unintended consequence of creating one through point to get east and west in town, or north and south, whatever it's called. I am still very concerned. I should say I am concerned about how long this construction project will take. I think the concerns raised tonight about the 5-year mark or the 4-year mark to move to one lane of traffic one way for that amount of time. I can't imagine what it's going to be like to be a parent, for instance, in the Willows or in Flood or wherever, Linfield Oaks, trying to get crossed down to get my kid to school in the morning. I mean, imagine those 45,000 car trips now limited to one lane. It's going to be just abysmal nightmare, and I don't understand what effect that'll also have on businesses downtown. I imagine trying to get to Safeway at rush hour after work. I mean, it's awkward. I asked some questions today. I called Miss Nagaya, who's always professional and extremely helpful, and asked about Palo Alto. Palo Alto still has not ruled out the trench. It wasn't in the staff report, but they haven't ruled it out. It's still one of the 13 items they're looking at. I went back and I looked at the letter to Mayor Lempres, and although both Council Member Klein and Council Member Carlton and myself have indicated over time interest in the trench, it was not included in the letter that was sent to Atherton to see what they were whether they had any interest in working with us. So humbly tonight, I just would like to send a letter, very short, to Palo Alto and to Atherton. It could be 2 sentences. Would you be interested in looking at the trench option with Menlo Park? And the reason why is I actually have been persuaded by my colleague, Councilmember Klein, and I was just thinking about it again tonight. You know, it's funny, when you calculate ROI and you look at 5 years of a bottleneck of one-way traffic, and then you look at the potential of 45,000 cars going through one throughway through downtown, what effect is that going to have on property values and on economic production in the city? It's going to be significant, or it could be significant if we handle it wrong. But if you look at what the cost of that trench is over 100 years, and you balance that against the ROI, does it start to make sense? And everyone, I really admire that Palo Alto still has not ruled it outright, that they're continuing to look at it, because we haven't. We haven't done the calculations. Everyone says, well, it's going to be so expensive, but no one points to a number to say how it's going to be, what that could look like, and how you could financially make it work, and what's the revenue increment that you would need before you say, okay, it's too expensive. And I want to be clear, I'm not interested in a trench. I'm interested in a covered trench or a tunnel. I don't have any problem looking, the way that the viaduct is being described, I don't know if it's good or bad, honestly. I think it's a fair point to say we haven't looked at the data on it. I'm not prepared to pick an alternative this evening. I want the letter to go to Palo Alto, and I want a new letter to go to Atherton. But that being said, I do want in future designs that we look at to see a bike boulevard on both sides going up and down the peninsula. And maybe one good thing that will come out of this that's been thrust upon us is that we will no longer have to have the discussion about bikes on El Camino. We'll have somewhere safe, separated from both cars, trains, for people to go have this wonderful boulevard going up and down. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mueller. Councilmember Klein.
First, thank you for continuing I think one of the speakers said the journey. I think it's 10 years journey so far for me here, having various debates about trains, good and bad. And every time you have these type of meetings, there's always more information you want. That's why it's 10 years. But there are a couple of things I think that bring a couple pieces together here from this meeting. One is, I've talked with Dana and a number of Adrian and a bunch of the folks with that group, and I've said that the idea of perhaps them having the facts on the table so we can see exactly what it is, so that we can all agree on what it is and what it isn't. That's a legitimate point, and it's been made over time. Steve Schmidt has made it to me years ago that he felt like we just moved past that, but the reasoning for that is because of high-speed rail and the history of high-speed rail. It's those meetings Mike Brady talked about, those are real, and I was there, and high-speed rail didn't want to touch that once we got comfortable with the issue and understood what we were talking about. It was basically the specifics of Dumbarton Bridge is what they were talking about coming up the peninsula, and they did announce it with Gavin Newsom in San Francisco without any notice for anybody else on the peninsula. It was just like, this is going to be great for us in San Francisco, and so it was a poor start, and it did kind of eliminate that concept. I lived near BART tracks, so I do have bias. It wasn't a great environment living near the BART tracks, and the way they designed it. It's just a big cement structure. There's nothing else to it. It was great for bird nesting and beehives, but it was terrible. We had a bike path though, and we did. We had that walking and bike path underneath it, but the home values declined near it. It was. Chunks of the stations were just big chunks of gray concrete. They still are, and I haven't seen anything that's made me think, hey, we can improve on this. I've seen illustrations, I've seen artwork, but I haven't seen anything, and it's not without effort. I've tried to find these elevated within a dense area, elevated, elegant architecture. Type of aerial kind of structures, and I can't find it, and so it leaves me very skeptical. But that doesn't get in the way of the fact that we need facts, and that's legitimate. That brings up the question of the idea that we may lose our place in line for funding. Redwood City is the only other city right now looking for funding. Is that accurate? And can you just give me a most updated kind of a scoreboard on city race for money?
So I was able to get a list of the cities that are currently in the existing grade separation fund pool. It includes us twice, once for Middle Avenue Crossing and once for Ravenswood, Redwood City, San Mateo, Burlingame, and South San Francisco, San Bruno. They're all in various stages, San Mateo being the furthest along in construction, Burlingame in their preliminary engineering and environmental. All the rest of us are in the project study report stage.
And these aren't just grade separations, this is general money.
This is anything that is grade separating some use from the rail. So, for example, Middle is just looking at bikes and peds.
Right. Okay. Okay. Who's ahead of us or at our stage? Can you repeat that?
Sure. I believe that, San Mateo is in construction phase. Burlingame is in their engineering environmental phase, so they're both ahead of us. South San Francisco, San Bruno, and Redwood City, and maybe Nikki has more information on that. I believe they are around where we are, so they could, we could shift position depending on stage.
Okay. Thank you. So,
Councilmember Klein, can I ask just a follow-up on that topic? So in the staff report, it talked about Whipple being already in the committed funds stage. Did I misread that? And did that mean that Whipple somehow bumped us, or that's what I'm trying to understand in Redwood City?
Sorry, Nikki Nagaya, Assistant Public Works Director. So from where Redwood City is, they just initiated their PSR process, which was what we started in 2016, about 6 months ago. So they're roughly a year and a half behind us, but depending on how long it takes to get to a decision, they could leapfrog depending on where they are. But they only have committed funds for the same stage as what we're working on right now, the preliminary planning phase.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And then I had a question, and I don't know if you can answer it here, but it's the the idea that we had to, in this process, look at a three rail width, right? In the instance to get the funding. Knowing there are discussions about where a third track would go, and I don't know if there's been any updates. I haven't heard any updates from what they've said before, which is they have alternatives. We're one of them. There's one that they will say without microphones that they prefer, the 3-track in other places, not here, but it's still on the table.
Yes, and this is one where we would normally want Caltrain to be able to respond, but I can share what we've heard from both the High Speed Rail Authority as well as Caltrain, which would maybe be a little less nuanced than what Caltrain would normally provide. So High Speed Rail had come out late last year, actually the day after we came before the council in October, and announced that they were not pursuing a third track south of Redwood City. So the third passing track that they were looking at would run from San Mateo down through Redwood City at Whipple, and then drop down to 2 as you get into downtown Redwood City and move south along the peninsula. I think Caltrain has some concerns with that alternative, and so they've been continuing to work together to analyze whether or not they want a third passing track in other locations. But from what the High Speed Rail Authority has said, they were looking at passing tracks only north of us and not including Menlo Park. But I don't know that we can say concretely that the passing track is quote unquote off the table at this point.
If we studied the elevated, would they have to include a third to have the width? And then if you do an elevated, what happens if they need a third? Do you have to build a third ahead of time? How does that work?
So the way we approached this study was looking at the envelope that would be needed for 3 tracks, but knowing that our city policy only encourages or allows looking at 2 tracks, it would then be able to be constructed in a narrower envelope. So I think we would, if you directed us to move forward with studying a fully elevated option, we would want to take a similar approach in looking what the footprint, the foundations would need to be, potentially building the structure space for 3 tracks so that we don't have a second construction project later down the road, but knowing that we could always narrow it up from there.
And then about the options, the ALMA connection, and I know that we have the C and the A, and one has a connected ALMA and the other one doesn't. Is there anything that would modify A to allow for a connected ALMA?
I think in order to make that, I think that anything is possible given enough time and money, but I think that in order to do that, we would be looking at more impacts to driveways and private properties than we are with the current alternative A.
Okay. Even if it was a bike lane type alignment, if it was just bike ped, it would still push out? Not sure?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm hesitating because we didn't specifically look at that, and the elevations that you would need for a bike and ped path to meet Americans with Disabilities Act requirements, the slopes are much less than for vehicles. And so from one perspective, you think it might, but from another, I think it might not. So I'm not sure.
But coming across, right? Just directly across?
Right.
Across Ravenswood as a ped bike bridge?
Right. So the way that we proposed alternative A today, the vehicles don't connect, but in order to get bikes and pedestrians from Ravenswood up to the train station, there would be a series of paths and ways to get that. So those people could go between Alma Street and Ravenswood the same as they would do to get up to the train station. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, I'm saying if you crossed Ravenswood, could you ride your bike all the way over to where 7-Eleven was from Burgess Park on
Yes.
Alma?
Yes,
Yeah.
you could.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted that clarified on it. And then the station designs, I think it would help, and I tried. I looked as much as I could on aerial station designs, particularly under the agency we have first, because they have a way they design, and then other regions. I'm having a tough time finding a lot of examples of aerial kind of examples of aerial, like Caltrain type tracks. So if there are places to look or places to go to find that, I think it would help also, because visualization is key. And I do think the folks who are looking at aerial have had a tough time putting visuals together as well. It'd be great to find examples where we could have that. I know we don't have it now, but that may be part of what we need to do. And then, the last piece is just, there's, the comments are always very good, and then they enlighten you further. It may seem like you've heard it over and over, but then there's new little pieces. So, and the last thing I want to do is toggle here and there, but my gut is telling me that studying it on aerial, I think is a fair process. I think that we're going to end up looking at Ravenswood as the option, because the construction impacts are going to be too dramatic, and we're just not going to be able to pull the trigger on a 5-year, 3-intersection project. I think that's going to take a heck of a lot of stones up here for the next council to do that. I emphasize that next council, because I'll be speaking probably at that meeting. I think it's going to be very difficult to pull off, and so I think that's where this trajectory is we're going to get put in a tough decision tree. And so I went with A first, and then economics and things with C, but I'm finding myself thinking, if I'm looking realistically on what we can do, I'm looking at Ravenswood and thinking that's where this starts, and that's where most of the impacts are. But I also, I got to take a minute just to say, look, I honestly believe every person in this room, you will regret not tunneling the trains. You will regret it. It may be 50 years from now when we're not here, so our kids and friends left will regret it. The idea that we should just move on from it, I think, is still so short-sighted. And I'll give you just some pieces, and then I'll leave it. It's, the discussion was, okay, there are a lot of projects up north. We understand it. There's a city next to us we've worked with for a long time that's struggling with their grade separation in Palo Alto. Atherton, we've been close to on high-speed rail issues for many years. We understand that where their position is. Mountain View has been also very close on these high-speed rail discussions. They were part of this whole consortium we had. Everybody's individually going down this path now, and this path benefits nobody because it's just these long, protracted fights for money and pieces, and these hard decisions where, the idea being that I've always said if you had a Sunnyvale up to Redwood City tunnel of 12 miles, we could raise half the money on a 30-year bond. We could raise that here. You just look at the Measure B that happened in Santa Clara. They raised, over 30 years, a $6.3 billion raise. That's 625 or 30,000 households. If you take our 150,000 households between those cities, it's 1/4 of it, 1/4 of the funding based on the population growth. That's $1.6 billion, $1.7 billion. That's $1.6 billion, $1.7 billion. The way they allocate the funding, is on all these. If you look at any of the sites you go to, it's VTA. If you go to the San Mateo County area, it's 20% fed, 50% local, 30% street. Us being local, raising almost half. And then 30% state, 20% fed. You can look at those funding sources. There are grants. There are, private partnerships. There's lots of ways to look at this. It's not beyond our ability. It's not. The only thing that keeps us from doing it is the natural inclination to eye roll and act as if this is like recreating life all over again. And it's not. It's just tunneling, which is what's going on for cars down in LA with Elon Musk, who accidentally might have found the best business model he has. Because he boring tunnel and started a boring tunnel business, and now he's getting gigs. But that's automobiles, granted. But Seattle's tunneling. I just feel like we're missing a huge opportunity, and I guess I'll just be that crazy tunnel guy moving forward. But I really think it's worthwhile.
So is that a vote for a letter?
For sure.
Excellent.
A letter a day.
So to Atherton,
Like
to
Shawshank.
Atherton and Palo Alto, and now it sounds like maybe Mountain View as well.
Just the people, the original consortium folks that were connected. I think we should just try to have one last dialogue about what we can do. Because the property rights, the opportunities, if you put these things under, we've said it a million times, but those are my thoughts. I'm leaning towards A based on the feedback, but also looking at the elevated piece. I don't want to lose our place in line for funding, clearly. But even if we did one, I wouldn't feel as guilty about going the train route than I would if we did three.
So I just want to add one comment, because we talked about the status of projects in San Mateo County, because those are the other cities where we would be competing with funds from our county partners. But in Santa Clara County, we've talked about Palo Alto's status. Mountain View has already made some decisions around their grade separation alternatives for both Castro Street and Rengsdorf Avenue, and they are looking at either hybrid options or closures. And then Sunnyvale is currently starting the process as well. So I just wanted to make sure that we talked about those. They don't have direct funding implications for us, but would have Caltrain staffing and other things that we would want to coordinate with.
Great points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
So if you're known as the tunnel guy, I think we're known as the tunnel twins, because I've been right there with you. I really think we're going to regret not doing a tunnel, or at least not taking that seriously. I've spoken to Greg Tanaka in Palo Alto. He's also a big fan of this. Absolutely, we need to do letters, and we need to outreach and see if this is a real option. What we're doing is critical. I mean, this is really going to affect everyone's life in the city. Everybody going downtown, everybody going across, as well as everybody living in the area. And this is going to be here, as someone said, probably longer than 100 years. And so we must look at everything, and we must try and do our best to make the best decision. Even if it means bringing in Elon Musk, or, you know, I know, get a bigger one. And someone was talking about what we could do with Alma. Do you know how wide the railroad is? You know, talk about having a really great place for bike and ped, and someone was even saying you could sell it off for other businesses along the way. Anyway, I won't beat that horse, but I do think that is, in the ideal world, that is the best option. Whether it's A or C, where's the traffic light going to be? You've got a traffic light at El Camino Real, and then people come across. Is there still going to be one at Laurel, or is the next traffic light going to be at Middlefield?
So for alternative A, then there would be the traffic signal at El Camino, and the next would be at Laurel. And because of disconnecting Alma Street and Ravenswood, there would be some mitigations to the traffic signal at Laurel.
What would that mean?
It would be looking at adding a right turn pocket, looking at the phasing, and evaluating any other changes that might be. But definitely we would need more width there.
Do you have the width to do that? Because you also have the oldest gatehouse in the state of California that's right there next to the street.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is enough room to do that?
We have not looked at it in that much detail, but we do think that we would have to look at it a lot more closely to see what we could do space-wise, because there's also a bike lane there and a lot of bikes and pedestrians that go through there. So how we could fit that all in there and try to not impact the gatehouse and the historical gate there. So there would be some impacts and some design work needed there.
Because as I remember, when someone brought up when we cut off the left-hand turn, and I remember saying, wow, that's going to really stink to have all that traffic go straight up to the light. And indeed, that's why it got pulled out, because the traffic backed up so much.
Right.
We just saw 55% at Ravenswood, 22 at Oak Grove, 13 at Glenwood. We all know traffic flows like water. If you back it up one place, it just spills back to where it flows more easily, unless it has really wide area all the way through. And my concern is that if you start making Ravenswood the easy option, it's not going to be 53%. It's going to be 75%. And then, as was brought up, then we have to widen the road. Then we have to deal with getting to MA. Then we've created a problem, another problem, rather than fixing the first one. And I have really deep concerns about that. And also, that's going to back up into the neighborhoods. That's going to back up on El Camino. I worry about that. And Ezio, thank you for coming. I remember meeting you last year. Lives right by there. And if people will lose their houses if we have to kind of retrofit more Measure A's later in life. And one of the things none of us like talking about is eminent domain and people losing their houses. So I have deep concerns about A, actually functioning. Saying that, I was looking at Measure C and thinking I liked Measure C, but Measure C, that is, I guess what I'm asking is if that gets blocked off, if all of our east-west traffic gets blocked off, how are people going to get from downtown Menlo Park to MA, or from the west side to Willow? What is the path that's going to be available to them if we cut off all of that for years at a time? What is the alternate going to be?
So as part of the next stage, the environmental document studies and design, it would include an extensive look at the traffic impacts during construction. So for this study, we looked at the after, and we took some ideas of what the staging could look like to give an idea of what the impacts would be. But no traffic analysis was done specifically for the construction as part of this study. When we have an alternative to move forward with the environmental process, we'll look at that, and then we'll look at the staging in more detail to minimize those impacts. So most likely, if, for example, alternative C were to move forward and you're looking at grade separating 3 different crossings, there would have to be some staging so that you don't have all 3 crossings, 1 lane open, or complete closures at the same time. That, like you were saying, traffic's like water, it'll find a way to go, and that will cause great problems for the other locations where we don't have any work going on. So there'd be some very detailed looking at what the staging would be so that traffic could be minimally impacted as much as possible.
So I'm told that we actually had fully funding. We had all the money to do the grade separations years ago. And the choices were so hard that council didn't do it. And these are really hard questions, but we have to do this because lives are being lost. C makes me very nervous in terms of the impact. A, I don't think actually functionally will work. I also look at, going up, I understand that's also problematic in many ways. But I don't know exactly why I don't like it because it hasn't been studied. One thing I did also think about, because I had the people that were lobbying hard to go up call me and talk about how there could be a nice bike ped underneath. And I don't care if we go up, down the middle, or whatever. I have been very vocal, probably more vocal than I should be, that I really don't feel comfortable with putting bikes in El Camino Real. It is a highway. It is not the ideal place to put bikes. And if we are looking at the 3-lane width, I think pretty much everyone in Menlo Park agrees we do not want 3 tracks. But if we have to do that width, obviously there should be a bike lane. No matter how we build, there should be a bike lane if we can do it. Now, saying that, I was actually just standing on the track and had a train pass. Not only is that vibration and loud, I mean, that could knock someone off your bike. So I looked into sound walls, because I was actually also looking at sound walls for another thing that we're dealing with. And they have them built in such a way that they can not only stop the sound, but the wind, the vibration. So possibly, instead of having bikes on either side, we could have a bike lane where they pass each other. I really feel like it's not going to be a stretch to be able to include bikes in this. Do we need to add that in now as we're moving forward with these designs?
So on a personal level, I will tell you I love the idea. On a professional level, without Caltrain here to weigh in on the use of their right-of-way, I don't know that we can provide you much in terms of concrete feedback and whether that's going to be a feasible thing to add to the alternatives or not. It's definitely something that we can discuss with them and bring forward as something we want to include in the design.
That would be letter 3.
Right.
Please write a letter to Caltrain through the mayor that absolutely without question, no matter what we choose, we want to see how we can integrate a bike path so that people can safely get through north and south through Menlo Park. I don't know why that hasn't been done before, but now we've said it, and it would be great if you could craft that letter.
Yeah, I think historically Caltrain has been hesitant to dedicate their right-of-way to other uses other than rail. And with the implementation of the electrification, I know they're going to want to look at the clearance zones and the space needed from where the electrical lines are provided and with the electrification to any pedestrian or bicycle movements in the right-of-way. So I know that's going to be a safety concern that they'll need to work through, but without much more technical information from them, we can't provide much more detail on that at this point tonight. But it's definitely something we could carry forward and the options and discuss with them and advocate for.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking, my notes are everywhere, so I'm just... Yeah, I think that's it. I just want to make sure that we look at this thoroughly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I kind of feel like I need a seventh inning stretch here, but I kind of want to keep pushing if we can. Unless Councilmember Keith would like to ask questions, or would you like me to go ahead and, okay, I'll ask mine. We'll go through it. Just bear with me. So I did have a couple of questions regarding, I think I asked about the Whipple. So as I understand, Measure A funds are essentially committed, and that includes the design phase for not only our project, but Whipple, but many of these others, but not construction funding is not available out of Measure A funds for anything other than what's already under construction, correct? So if I read the staff report correctly, it's the get us moving effort that will then yield us funds, correct, for actual construction?
Correct. Yeah, the funding that we have secured for this study is all the funding that we have secured in the current Measure A.
Okay, got it. I did want to ask a question about quad gates, because when we were doing the prioritizing, early in the year, we decided not to make that a separate project, even though that's more near-term oriented, but included as part of this. And I'm not suggesting tonight's the time or place to do that, but I don't want to lose that thought or that project, because whatever alternative we take, we're still talking about 4 to 5 years of construction, and it's probably a year or two between funding and before we see this. So I do think the quad gates and quiet zone question is a potential near term and may even be longer term depending on what alternative we look at. So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. Did I read correctly that Palo Alto was their latest estimate for a trench was $2.5 billion? I didn't look at their reports, but I think I saw that in a news report.
I don't have that number in front of us tonight, but it does sound in the ballpark, yes.
Right, okay. So, and that's just keeps going up, right? It's not going any lower, but I very much appreciate the bonding math done by Councilmember Klein. Prior to tonight, I was thinking 2.5 is, so figure that's $1 billion for us, or $1.2 billion, Atherton $1 billion. If you're trying to do that length and stretch, looked out of right, but you're saying the bond capability might be there. It still seems to me a heavy reach. We're also asking $1.3 billion for a Dumbarton rail. I know that's the latest estimate there. So these are, big price tags. I get the feeling, though, that might be more of a financial analysis than necessarily an engineering analysis. So it may be something, I'm certainly willing to send some letters out and to try and do some financial analysis to see if it's even possible, you know, before we even get into any sort of engineering designs about a trench. Again, I do think of this as, you know, I am sensitive to this, you know, this is a lifelong, you know, generational decision and want to be able to get it right. But so if there's a way to do it without incurring, you know, additional bandwidth on you guys, but particularly it may involve some financial or bonding experts to kind of look at that, that might be worth pursuing, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that Palo Alto did as part of their investigations is part of the Connecting Palo Alto work, is essentially that. So they did that financial analysis. It's called the Trenching and Tunneling White Paper, and they had an economic firm come in and look at not only what the costs were for a trench or a tunnel, but also then the financing mechanisms and what it would take to either bond, assess property taxes, or the third option was looking at the air rights of the repurposed land. I think the conclusion was the recommendation from Palo Alto staff based on that white paper to their rail committee was the amount that it would need, the amount that would need to be assessed on individual properties within Palo Alto was too high to justify the cost for the citywide trench or tunnel. But the rail committee then directed that the full council should make that decision later this year. So that hasn't been yet vetted beyond the rail committee at this point.
The money changes the longer you go, right? So if you go, because a lot of the costs, which you'll see with underground, is the getting underground, the excavation sites on both sides, and that's where the big kind of work gets done. Once they're under and they're boring, the costs go down because you're already under, and so it becomes much more efficient the longer the tunnels go than having a short tunnel.
Got it. Which then lends to if Atherton's interested, right. And then there's, okay, now I see what you're saying. So now, I'm still very skeptical.
It's still a heavy lift.
You know, and I have been skeptical about a trench as much as I like the idea. Trench tunnel, covered trench tunnel, but. And actually, if you could send the Palo Alto study around, that would be great, because I would like to just take a look at that. But having said that, I'm still focused and on Alternative A as from the standpoint of being the most likely alternative to be able to get funding in our lifetime and have it built. I mean, I would like to see something done. It's 53% of the traffic of the crossings, as Marcy kindly had put up those numbers, but it's a big, certainly part of the east-west connectivity. I think that's the alternative to get in the queue with the county. I am definitely in favor of finishing that extra 15%, getting it into the queue, recognizing that it's going to take some time. I have been opposed to a berm, you know, ever since I lived in Belmont, you know, for a couple of years, and Belmont, San Carlos, no offense to those cities, is very nice cities, but the berm is a omnipresent feature, and it's hard not to ignore the berm there. And I've I've had meetings in San Leandro and I've seen the viaduct, so I'm kind of I'm skeptical, as I've shared with Henry and Dana and Steve Schmidt about the viaduct. I am willing, like what we just talked about in terms of the trench, to do some analysis on the viaduct in terms of I'm very skeptical about the noise issue. In my opinion, based on both the elevated trains in Caltrain in San Carlos and Belmont, and also hearing BART going overhead in San Leandro, in my layperson's opinion, I think not having buildings on either side that absorb the sound, I think the sound actually spreads farther. But I do think to be able to sleep at night and be able to say we've made the right decision, I think it's worth spending some money on doing the acoustics and the visuals on it. However, I don't want that I think we can do that while Alternative A is in the queue, and try and do that in deference, understanding the bandwidth issues, to lean on AECom as much as possible, authorize some additional funding to do some of that. But in my opinion, I think it's the most prudent thing to get Alternative A into the queue. Finish that 15%, go forward, and while it's in that queue and while we're doing the EIR, if AECom can add some consulting staff and spend some money on it, let's look at some elevations on the viaduct. Let's do this financial analysis and make sure that we're making the right decision. I honestly think we will still be back at A, and at the end of the day. But at least I will feel like I have gone to that extra effort to make sure that the tunnel's truly not viable, and the viaduct doesn't sort of confirm my suspicions about the viaduct. But I do think we got to get A into the queue, and that's my humble opinion. Councilmember Keith.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight, too, from our staff. And again, to all the folks in the audience who have spoke eloquently many times now. This is a long process. And I think, after listening to everybody tonight, it's a really difficult decision, obviously. And none of us wants to make a bad decision. I think everybody in the room, we all care about Menlo Park, and we all want it to be the best decision that we can make, and it is really hard, which I think is why it was punted in the past when we actually had money to pay for the grade SEPs. And so here we are painfully, struggling forward. When I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you as well, because that came into me from folks, and concerns about some of this. I just want to get you to talk about a little bit, but some people ask, will the trench flood? Will we have, and we've heard that tonight as well, will it be like Oregon Expressway where it floods? How do you prevent that?
That is a good question. So I think in general, any structure like that below ground, we had this similar conversation a few weeks ago about lowering the elevation of Bayfront Expressway near the
which is closer
near
to the bay.
Right. So you would need ongoing pumps that run, backup generators, making sure that if power goes out, that you can continue to operate the train system. Remembering the last time Caltrain was here, Ms. Scanlon, I believe, talked about also expressing that Caltrain would require the cities to absorb the liability, not only from flooding, but if there were any potential issues, derailments, collisions, or things that would happen in a trench or tunnel, they would want...
Wait, that's a different topic then. In a trench or tunnel, I'm talking about. Sorry. Go ahead.
For flooding.
Yep.
So just any operational risk that would happen for the trains being below grade, they would want the cities to absorb that liability.
And then another question I received is why not study all three at fully elevated? Because in your staff report, the option that you've presented is to study two.
2 streets?
Right.
So it's all 3. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. It's the 3 streets, the same as we're proposing for alternative C. Ravenswood, Oak Grove, and Glenwood would be studied with the fully elevated option.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear if that's what we were, okay. And then can you talk about, if you know, you may not know this information now, but it's come up again tonight, the gas, the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way, do we know anything about that?
Yes, so we've been aware of the Hetch Hetchy line and various other utilities along the Caltrain corridor and along each of the crossings, and we have included that in the cost estimates that we presented previously. Since then, we've also learned that Hetch Hetchy is looking at upgrading some of their facilities within our city, and we don't have very much information about it yet, but that could be an opportunity for us to work together with them and relocate it in a location that accommodates our needs as well as their needs and get a new facility in place.
Okay. And what about the issue of noise that you've heard tonight? We don't have any noise studies, but some people are concerned with a fully elevated that it would be noisier.
Correct. We did not perform any noise analysis. It's a very complicated issue, and we've talked to the AECOM consultant team about it a number of times, and it's something that needs a lot more effort than our study had the scope and budget for. But it is something that is definitely to be covered during the environmental studies. We would look at that, and we would look at not only the impacts, but the mitigations for those impacts, but that would be part of the environmental process.
And then if we did a study I've emailed with Dana and talked to Henry and Mickey about these things over the years, and if we were to approve the 85,000, was it 83 or 85,000?
85, yes.
To approve that, would that include the information on the noise?
What that covers is to create exhibits, analysis, evaluation, similar to what we've already done with alternatives A and C. So it would not include a noise. If we needed to look at noise, then we'd have to go back to AECOM and discuss what that scope would look like and cost would look like. But no, this was to create a kind of a apples to apples comparison to what we've done with A and C.
Okay. I mean, I think I would want to understand what the noise implications are, because from what I've heard lots of concern from residents on that issue. And if we are going to look at all this alternative, I think it will be really important to know the noise issues, because I think if we don't, we'll be back here in 6 months and people will say, you didn't study the noise issue. You have no information about that. And that's the crux of the thing. So, and then what about trees? In the study, would we be looking at how many trees would be taken down for viaducts or how many more?
So not in any amount of specificity. So the analysis that we had scoped was really looking at the elevation profiles, determining the feasibility of the alternatives from an engineering perspective, and doing some conceptual design work and community outreach, but not the noise and detailed tree assessment. So if those are things that you would want us to look at in addition to the conceptual design work, we would need to come back to you with an additional amendment and appropriation request. And then we would also need to assess how that additional work is going to impact workload as well over the next few months.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think that would have to be included as well. It would be a big difference, I imagine. And so I would want to know that too. I think that otherwise I'd be back in 6 months and people telling me, you didn't study this issue. Talk about, thanks Marcy for bringing your slides again. And I know we met and spoke about the amount of traffic at these intersections, the number of cars going through. Just remind us, Nikki, did we look at just 2 intersections? I mean, I see what you're showing, Marcy, about the number at Ravenswood, 24,000, and Oak Grove, 10,000, and the other 2 are 6 and 5, so they're much more negligible. Do you have the screen you could bring up, maybe? Thanks.
Yes, so on your screens in front of you, back in April of last year, we came before you, and the topic that evening was to narrow down the hybrid options that we had evaluated between B and C, and B is the one that grade separates Ravenswood and Oak Grove and comes back before Glenwood. So both Glenwood and Encinal would remain open to traffic like they do today. The discussion focused around the fact that alternative B, and if you see on the screen there, it's the red line. I don't know if you can see the mouse here, but this red line, and the reason that alternative C was selected over alternative B was because from the community feedback we were hearing, people desired less rail elevation, and you can see here that alternative B, this is roughly where the skate park and rec center are along the park here. Right about there you would have your peak elevation of the rail, and it's about twice as high as what alternative C would be, and that's about not sure how high that is. 17. Oh, sorry, it's right on the screen, sorry. That's about 17 feet up in the air compared to existing elevation. And so the fact that that alternative C had a lower overall rail elevation and it grade separated 3 as opposed to 2, that was the reason why alternative C moved forward over alternative B.
Okay. And then can you tell us, if you know, construction time? I know we have this number being said about the 3 grade subs taking 4 to 5 years. Do we have any idea about viaduct construction time? Or would that be part of the study?
So in general, it would need to be part of the study.
Okay.
But one thing that I just want to make sure we clarify tonight is that we do think that through construction of a fully elevated alternative, we would still need a shoe fly. So while you don't need to do the roadway lowering work, we would still then need to see the temporary tracks in place while you build the structure.
Okay.
And move the rail around.
But the study would tell us if that was absolutely true or not.
For the shoe fly?
Yes.
So in talking with Caltrain and AECom, the shoe fly would be necessary.
Oh, I see.
Yep. So even if there were a construction method where you could build it over top of the existing operating tracks, Caltrain electrification will be in place by the time we are in construction, and so then you would be building a structure over top of the existing electrical poles and wires, which are much higher than what the fully elevated alternative would need to be without electrification. So you need to be able to provide the clearance for the electrification poles 30 plus feet in the air, plus the clearance of the 10 feet electrical safety zone around those poles and wires, and then you would build on top of that if you're constructing within the active railway.
Okay, so if we were to approve a study, then that information will all be in this study about how high it would actually have to be over the Caltrain electrification project.
Right, but I think based on the feedback we've heard throughout the community process with the desire to minimize rail elevation, we would have to weigh those trade-offs of shoe fly over the additional height required. But the additional height required is not a small number, as we've talked about.
Yeah, but I think it'll be, I think hearing from my colleagues too, that, you know, we probably want to know the information so that we can have a fully intelligent discussion on it, and to say why it is that we do like it or we don't like it, or we do want to proceed with one or we don't. And then thank you, former Mayor Mickey Winkler, for your proposed study items for the fully elevating tracks. Have you had a chance to look at this? Nikki, have you seen?
I don't think we've received one of those, no.
May I give you one, because I'm going to, you've got a copy.
Thank you, yeah, we've got one.
I just, while we're here on this topic, want to know, would these items, and I know you're looking at it now, but I'll ask another question, would these be included? And maybe one of you can look at it while I ask a few more questions.
Yeah, so I think we can say the first 3 are included. Feasibility of a fully elevated track, cost comparison, construction impacts, The comparative noise impacts would not be included.
But you could look into seeing how much more that would be.
Correct, yes. And then similar with the visual impacts. Anything beyond the conceptual design work that we did similar for A and C to date, we would need to look at an additional request for that work.
Okay. But that's something that can all be found out for a project that will be here for decades. And so, I guess if not centuries. And then listening to my colleagues who are, Councilmember Klein, still interested in the tunneling. And I've talked to Greg Tanaka and Nancy Shepard and others on the Palo Alto City Council about this who are very interested still in figuring out how to tunnel. But can you tell me, if you tunnel, just remind me, where do the stations go? The stations would be underground at generally the same location they are today, just whatever elevation the tunnel was at. You have to put the whole station underground? Yes. And how many feet down does that have to go? 30 or? At least 30, but we don't, because we didn't study that specifically, we don't have that information. It has a variety of factors how deep it would go, but yeah, at least 30, most likely. And you know that because of the Palo Alto study, or how do you know that? Well, we know that from just a general, how much cover you need between the rail and the existing elevation, but the Palo Alto study, the Trench and Tunnel White Paper, looked at a citywide tunnel, and with the Francisquito Creek depth, and then the cover you need between the bottom of the creek and the top of a tunnel, they were looking at going under the creek at about 60 feet. Yeah. So, why does that? I know, I'll get to that. I just want to finish. I'm going to ask my questions, and then I think my colleagues will probably have more questions on this as well. So that, in talking to a couple of the Palo Alto council members about this, because, sure, I would love to see it tunneled too. I think that would be fantastic, and you'd have the surface area that would be beautiful and not have any rail and no electric lines. But in talking with them about, and maybe, I am interested in, we may as well just do a financial analysis on this as well, a white paper, because I don't think we'll ever be able to put this to bed if we don't. And they've done it. We probably need to spend the time and do it. And who knows, maybe Elon Musk will come up with some magical way of tunneling inexpensively somehow. In the time that it's going to take us to continue looking at this and analyzing the situation. But the truth is, we've never done a financial impact on it because I think, frankly, we just thought it was just out of the question as too expensive. So I would like to see a financial analysis on it. And I know this is going to throw us off. This is going to throw off the time frame, but I'm also really mindful of, as my council colleagues have brought up, the fact that the construction impacts are going to be enormous. And if it is 5 years, we didn't hear from our Chamber of Commerce tonight, but I don't know, we did hear from Sharon Deli about the impacts for businesses. I think the impacts are going to be enormous. And I know other cities have done it. They've figured it out and they've done it. And their cities are thriving and, happening. But I am really mindful of that as well. And so, when I look at this, I think, well, alternative A does seem like the path of least resistance almost to just get something in the queue, and knowing that you still have a couple of other options. Because as much as we hear from you, staff, that, well, we'll have to do an analysis on the traffic issue impacts, we know what they're going to be. I mean, we know there are only 4 streets and in Menlo Park that you can cross at. So I think you can get the numbers for us, certainly, and put them on paper, but I think we all know what it's going to be. It's going to be a complete bottleneck. I don't need a study to tell me that. And when I think about that mess, I kind of go more towards alternative A, although originally, last time I think I talked, I was in favor of alternative C because I thought that if you're going to do it once and get it done. And I think if we do only alternative A, we will not be doing the other ones. Because we will already have done something that has a certain slope and it won't be possible to go back. I mean, it would be possible, but it will cost a heck of a lot more money and be much more difficult to ever go back and try and do the others. But I'm hearing some support up here for alternative A, and I don't want to miss an opportunity to do nothing. So I will throw my support there, and it's all, kind of reluctantly, but in a way that I know we need to get something, because high-speed rail is coming and electrification is coming. And once electrification is here, we will have those gates down a lot more often. There is no doubt about it. And we need to have at least one grade separation in Menlo Park. Otherwise, I don't know how. I mean, I think traffic will also come to a standstill when the gates are down. So I am interested in moving forward with that. And with alternative A, 1, I am interested in getting a financial analysis done, sort of this white paper, the tunneling white paper that you talked about that Palo Alto did. I think we need to do it. I think we need the data, and I think we can do it while we're moving forward with A as well. And then I also think that I am in favor of spending the money to analyze this viaduct idea so that we have all the data as well. And I don't know, anyway. I think that it's going to be important to do this, but I know also if we only do alternative A, we will not have addressed all the safety issues, because we will still have locations where you will have collisions between cars and the train, and you will have collisions between people and the train, and cyclists and the train, because they're not grade separated. And that's how it is. If you don't grade separate them, you will have collisions. I know Mountain View is looking at closing Castro and having it only open to bike and ped. And I suppose as Menlo Park progresses and changes, that discussion can happen sometime later when you look at grade crossings that have 5,000 cars, although it will change once we, do this. Whatever decision we make tonight is still going to take years to come to fruition. There will still be an EIR. There will still be lots of meetings like these for you to come and comment with us and work out this with us, even as we go through an EIR. It's not over. And I think there'll be more discussions about the financial implications about tunneling. And I guess, we really need to know when you're talking about the financial implications of tunneling, it has to obviously include the whole station analysis with the stations underground and everything to know the full extent of the cost. So those are my comments. Do you have any questions for me or need any other clarification?
No, but I think we will, just because of the complexity and the variation that we've heard, I think we are going to ask for a motion and a vote from the council so that we're clear on what the consensus is. But I think I've understood the individual comments that we've received so far.
Let me.
Yes, go ahead.
Are you? So we got 2 follow-ups. Let's quickly go through that. Vice Mayor Mueller, I think you had a follow-up question on the train.
I have 2, and I also have a clarification. So with alternative A, I was under the impression that Encinal, Glenwood, and Oakwood are going to be closed. Do you guys intend to keep them open with high-speed rail?
So the current proposal keeps, for alternative A, grade separates at Ravenswood only and keeps it open to traffic at all 3 other grade crossings as currently proposed.
Okay, well, no, I thought that I was surprised tonight the neighborhood was advocating to close those connections. I think that is, that's super dangerous. With high-speed rail flying through there, we see cars get hit now, and I have no idea what's going to happen when a train's going at that velocity and crashes into a car. Like, I'd like to get some information back in terms of what that sort of accident looks like at that speed. So that's just from I just want to understand how bad that could be.
What's the speed increase on that? I thought.
So currently, Caltrain maximum speed is 79 miles an hour. High-speed rail with a blended system is 110 proposed. But I would argue that a 79-mile-an-hour crash is pretty terrible.
Well, that's
as it
why
is.
adding 40 miles per hour to that, I'd like to just know what exactly happens to a car when it's hit at that speed by a train at that weight.
Right, but just to add one more note, so the current proposal for Alternative A did not include closing the other three crossings, because even with grade separation at Ravenswood, the intersection at El Camino and Ravenswood could not handle that volume of traffic alone, and we would need to then likely look at some sort of interchange concept, which we don't have the space to be able to construct within the existing right-of-way. But 45,000 vehicles at Ravenswood crossing 30 to 35 on El Camino is like full interchange territory, or beyond a traffic signal being able to handle that traffic volume.
Right, so I just want to know worst case scenario, if something gets hit, like the car gets hit that's on those tracks at that speed with a train at that weight, what happens? Does the car blow up? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. The next question I have is why, if you underground it, do you have to underground the full station? Why can't you be above ground, get your ticket, and then walk down to the
platform?
Yeah, the platform down below.
You could have certain elements like you're talking about the parking, bike parking, ticket stations, all of that. But when I guess my misunderstanding, the platforms, the complete width of the platforms necessary for loading and unloading, that would all need to be at the same elevation as the rail. So
Yeah,
yes.
that makes sense. Okay. I did want to send a clarification. I didn't mean to infer tonight I was against bikes on El Camino when I was advocating for the bike boulevard. I think that's probably a sound of, it probably sounded like that. And I attribute that, frankly, to hoping for some measure of relief from that debate. The city's been deadlocked, pretty split evenly on that for a long time. And I would hope that by creating this bike boulevard, we would be providing a safe alternative that might give at least some measure of relief to my own concern about what the result of that deadlock is.
Councilmember Carlton.
To previous points made, my concern about A is that we're still going to have collisions at high speed, and we are basically my fear is we're going to be creating a bottleneck. We're going to be creating a horrible situation where we're going to have, in particular, if we start closing other streets, then by definition we are going to end up with 75% of the traffic on one little 2-lane street where people live. And I'm deeply concerned about creating a bottleneck. We're supposed to be making it safer for people. And I know that there's an economics when it comes to traffic. Are you able to do the numbers and come up with this on the throughput of what would happen in A and what, I know we don't do level of service anymore, but basically the same thing. What is going to be the impact on traffic if we do A alone? And how bad is that bottleneck going to be? It would be really good if we could have that included in the information. I know you're not going to have it off the top of your head, I get that. But if you could have that included in the information, that we can take that, because maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, I would like to know as well. So if we can have that information, because we need to make informed decisions, not guesses as to what's going to happen.
Right, absolutely. And so part of the scope of work that's been completed that AECOM has tackled as part of the work that's already been done is looking at what the traffic impacts are with just Alternative A. So they did some traffic modeling, looking at how much traffic would shift to Ravenswood if it was the only one of the only one of the 4 streets grade separated while the other 3 remain open. And what they found is what Angela described, is that we would need that additional turn lane on Ravenswood as you approach Laurel in order to facilitate traffic doing the movement that we saw during the closure of Alma and Ravenswood during the trial a number of years ago.
How much did they assume was coming over from the other 3 streets?
I don't remember the
Okay,
exact
I'd like to see
version,
that.
but we use
I'll
like
follow up with you later.
Yep, we
And
can provide
then
that
if-
information.
If someone's suggesting that we close Encinal,
No, I just assumed. I assume that's what people were advocating for. I mean, I always thought, I mean, very frankly, and I don't know if Steve's not here anymore, but I frankly always thought that folks who lived in Felton Gables and others near Encinal, at some point were going to come to us and say, oh, actually, this isn't a bad idea to close Encinal because guess what? We don't want the cut-through traffic coming down past Encinal to Greenheart. I thought they were like, this is going to be a win-win. We're going to protect our neighborhood from cut-through traffic and save ourselves the trouble of and save ourselves from that as a result of doing this.
So I get the feeling that if I'm hearing correctly, I think the traffic study that comes out of the next stage of analyzing alternative A will answer some of these questions because it'll be pretty obvious about where, if there's only a certain capacity is what I'm hearing at the Ravenswood El Camino intersection that can only handle so much. And so it's likely that we're going to have to keep at least Oak Grove, if not Oak Grove, Glenwood, and Encinal open just in order, even with gates coming down and, more trains coming through, you still are going to need some of that capacity there. Otherwise, there's just no way Ravenswood can handle it. Am I hearing that correct? Right?
Yeah, yes, but I think we've already shown that in the traffic analysis that's been done to date, that we need more than one crossing to be open and active throughout the construction and throughout any sort of final design alternative. So,
right. And is quad gates increase in safety? Is it? I mean, as far as I understood, it
Yes.
was an improvement rather than the current configuration. So
Yes,
that
absolutely.
might help. But okay. So in the interest of time, because we usually have this 11 o'clock where we do that, I would actually like to make a motion. And see if there's a second, and hopefully it captures at least a fair amount of the comments here. So I would like to make a motion to move forward with alternate A to the next stage, which is, if I'm terming this correctly, the additional, to finish the 15% design plans and to approve the additional $31,000 required to complete that, so that this doesn't have to be part of the motion, but to be in the queue, right? To get us into the queue with alternative. Well, so that's the main motion, and then to ask staff as part of the motion to come back to us with a revised estimate of the additional cost required to do, first of all, a financial assessment of the trench alternative and to do the noise analysis and comparative visual impacts, I think, of a viaduct. But the idea is to get A into the queue and to have staff come back to us with, because what I heard was there's slightly, it's not, you can't just plug the 81,000 in is what I'm saying. And what I heard from you correctly is you'd have to go talk to AECom, particularly on the noise analysis. So to have staff come back to us to do those additional studies, but at least we have alternate A in the queue filed, and then they come back to us with those additional studies for us to, I mean, we can't approve the number tonight because we don't have the number, right?
No,
Can
I guess, yeah.
Can I ask
Yes.
as a courtesy that this motion be split into two, taking the alternative first and then the second part second?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm fine with that. So,
So can you just say the motion again?
so splitting into two, let's do the first motion is to move forward with alternative A to finish the 15% design plans, which allows us to get into the queue and approve the additional $31,000 that's required for that. That's motion number one.
I'll second motion one.
Okay.
Can I make a clarification?
Yes.
I don't believe yet that you can do that turn lane. I think it's going to be too close to the gatehouse. I don't think it's possible. What if they vote for A and it turns out the turn lane is not possible?
So it may
I shouldn't say
impact-
believe. I don't believe we've
Yeah.
established that.
Yep. So the turn lane from a physical standpoint won't impact the building structure of the gatehouse. It may impact the fence and it may impact trees, but it won't impact the building structure itself.
And the entrance on that side that faces Ravenswood?
I think there's a sidewalk entrance, or the decorative gate that's
No,
part
the
of
entrance into the building is facing Ravenswood. There are two entrances. Anyway.
Sorry, we'll take a closer look at the
What
access
happens
to the
if
building.
it passes and then it turns out the turn lane isn't possible?
So that turn lane would be a required mitigation measure for any necessary environmental clearance as part of the next phase. And so we would then need to look at alternatives or potentially looking at realigning the road farther to the north and acquiring property to realign the roadway, shifting it towards the north leg of Laurel Street in order to provide the necessary space. So you may have some property acquisition on the north west corner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Craig.
Mr. Mayor, just to kind of bring the council back to the decision-making process tonight and where we are in this long process, as Councilmember Keith said, tonight's the action is to select this preferred alternative. So the motion that was just moved and seconded was to select alternative A and bring that back for further analysis. What's going to happen out in the future is you're going to get to the EIR stage where some of these details are all going to be studied. The traffic, the noise impacts, all those things are going to be studied at the EIR stage for this preferred alternative. But remember, when you do an EIR, you have to explore the alternatives to the project. So you're going to review other alternatives as part of that. But this is what the direction you're giving tonight through this funding agreement is, and through this whole community process, is to bring that to a conclusion. So you're at the next stage of this project. Now, the other actions that I think you're going to propose in the next motion are things that you're going to be giving the city staff direction to bring back to you as additional information as you go through that process. And that's not on your agenda tonight, but you can direct staff to bring it back to you on a future agenda to fund those things, because I don't think those are included in the funding agreement, because the funding agreement is just for studying the engineering preliminary drawings. So I hope that was clear for you.
Okay. Fair enough. But I think we can provide guidance in a request
Yes.
for, and then we'll agendize that.
You just can't approve additional studies tonight because it's not on the agenda for noise. But you can direct staff. We want you to bring that back to us because we need that information to get to the next step.
Great. Okay.
I also understand the EIRs cost about $50,000 if we're lucky and take a long time, so I don't think there's something that we jump into. And I also don't want to spend $81,000 if we've already made the decision.
But, well, so...
Yeah, this is
So I
not
just want clarification on that.
Okay. So the issue is I think we've got, I think we move forward on alternative A to get us into the queue, which means starting the EIR process on alternative A. That will, in and of itself, will have answer a lot of questions regarding the traffic distribution. And I think that's going to be I think we all want that. But yes, it's committing us down the course on alternate A.
So why study the viaduct
because the
if
other
we've already
two,
chosen A?
Because the other two, first of all, it's going to take years still, right? And the other thing is, I want to make sure that we have made that, to me, I think it's actually going to affirm the choice on A for me. But I want to make sure, I mean, there's some a lot of very smart people that I respect who have said, look, don't dismiss the viaduct completely. And all of us have talked many times about the trench. And I've always ruled that out because it's prohibitively expensive. But if there is a financial roadmap, a financial possibility, and that's why I don't think the trench is an engineering question. It's a financing question. And that's a different analysis. And Palo Alto looks like they've already done that. I'd want to spend that money on both of those studies while we're going forward with alternate A into the EIR, just so that this is in the context of we're making a very long-term decision. The extra 80,000 or 50,000 is going to be something that I think our community will appreciate, that we spent the time to get the data on.
It seems insincere, I guess, or silly to spend $81,000 on a study if we're not that I'm lobbying for it or against it. I'm just saying, why are we spending this much money to study something if we're moving ahead? Can we then stop the EIR and say, oh, well, actually, this does look good. We're going to stop the EIR and move to Plan F or whatever.
Presumably, they're assuming that we're still going through the EIR process, and even having the draft EIR, and in that whole application stage with the county. I'm assuming that we've got years before we could at that point say, hey, there's all these concerns that have come up with A, and now the trench looks like, and Elon Musk has come up with this great way to do a trench for half the cost. I think we could still pull our application. But the fact of the matter is, I'd like to get us into the queue now.
Once we're in the queue, if we go from Plan A to Plan P or whatever it is that we come up with, can we still switch them out, or do we have to start all over again in terms of putting ourselves in the queue?
Yes, the short answer is yes. You'll have plenty of opportunities to consider other alternatives for the grade separation projects here in Menlo Park, and that's because tonight what you're doing is fulfilling the funding agreement in one way. You're identifying a preferred alternative, and that term is intentionally not a decision on the project, because you can't make a decision on what grade separation project you're doing until you do the environmental review. So we're way in front of the environmental review, but the Transportation Authority, through this funding agreement, wanted to have a community process in Menlo Park to determine what the community wants as a preferred alternative. So what you'd be doing is picking a preferred alternative, but it's only a 15% plan, and you still have a chance to review all the alternatives that would be available as you're going through the EIR process, and it's your process, it's your grade separation project. If some other technology or some other funding source, or you decide to bond, all those things that could come, or the other cities decide to cooperate, all those things could still move forward, and you would review those in the environmental process. This is just about identifying a preferred alternative under the funding agreement. And then the next step is, what project are we actually going to build?
It just seems like once we do the 15% design, once we do the EIR,
yeah, there's some momentum that goes with that. I understand.
there's a lot of momentum that goes with that.
Although, I realize there's momentum. I can't remember now since we're talking so long about this. Were you interested in a different, or what were you, did you support A or C? Or?
I have concerns about A that aren't resolved in my mind. Okay. But we can do a vote. That's fine. I just am deeply concerned that A is going to create traffic problems.
All right, shall we call the question here? There's a motion.
The motion fails.
I didn't vote. So. Then the motion passes. No, not this, I didn't vote.
Yeah, let's revote, just make sure. Hold on, I'll, because I only see 4 votes, so.
Me.
Kirsten.
Staring at it. I don't see it on the screen.
Record shows motion passes.
Okay, all right. So with that, the request, not the motion, the request to staff is then to come back to us after you've had a chance to talk to AECom to look at an analysis of the viaduct, particularly including the noise impact, which I know wasn't originally scoped, but the noise impacts and I think the visual impacts.
Trees, right.
Yeah, and also a financing analysis of the trench, of a
Through the mayor,
tunnel.
can we, trench and tunneling white paper? Trench and tunneling white paper.
Does that capture, I think, the, and proposed letters to Atherton and Palo Alto. Yeah, that's direction, exactly.
And Caltrain. Regarding the bikes. And through the mayor.
So,
but
just with that direction, does that mean you're going to bring that back to us? All of those things, right?
So what we would bring back is first a scope amendment and appropriation request to be able to accomplish all those things. So that's what you would see first. Quite honestly, we need to regroup on sequencing and staff workload
Absolutely.
impacts, and so that will all be part of that
Absolutely.
report back. And then I'll say one more thing and I'll turn back over. We also need your direction tonight if the changes that were included in the staff report to the rail policy or if you had any revisions or questions that we should then bring back as part of that future action as well. Sorry.
I would like to suggest that just because of the lateness of the evening, while I didn't have any, I thought the edits were good. I'm not sure I'm quite ready tonight. Could that come back? That's on the rail policy edits.
Yes, we were asking for it to come back, so we were anticipating to bring it back on consent anyway, so we can, as long as there's general consensus that we're in the right direction, that's just what we were looking for.
Vice Mayor Mueller?
The one thing I'd ask is, I know you're going to bring back the scope amendment and all that on the next item. Could you also just bring back the letters for approval, so those don't wait? To Atherton, Palo Alto, and I think we just throw in Mountain View just because. So, and do we go? I mean, I'll leave it to you guys to decide all the cities, but let's make a party.
And
may as well throw Sunnyvale in if they're doing a study now. Just doesn't hurt.
And Councilmember Carlton, just wanted to make sure that I was clear when I said to bring back, after you've talked to AECom, it was regarding the viaduct. It was the
noise,
the noise analysis and the visual related to that, and a quote back for us for, and I do, that's right, I wanted to add, I do understand the sequencing is an issue. I also don't want this to, I know you've got a lot on your plate with the TMP, so definitely appreciate your looking at it and how you can leverage the consultant's time rather than, distracting you off of some of these other projects. So I'll let you analyze and think about that and probably have a few glasses of wine to try to figure out how to make that work.
I'm gonna throw one more letter on there, the letter on the bike boulevard, to try to get, we got to let the other cities know about that ASAP to see if everyone can put pressure on Caltrain.
Yeah. Okay, so
And
with
then
that,
I suggest you send us something asking for more staff too.
okay, so now I know we're at the 11:11 time. We do have one more item on the agenda, which is related to the Stanford Subcommittee. As Council Member Mueller or Vice Mayor Mueller has to drop off of that committee, I do think we can handle that in 15 minutes. Do we have and I think we have the short council member reports after that, but so can we go for 20 more minutes to 11:30?
And we do have one public comment on one of the informational items.
Okay, great, got it. Do I have sort of consensus?
Yes. Consensus.
Yes? Okay, great. All right, so let's go back to the H1, which is, and thanks to everyone who stayed late and attended and provided comments. H1, which is appoint a city council member to the Stanford General Use Permit Ad Hoc Committee. I also wanted to add that we have a meeting with Supervisor Simidian on June 1st. So that's the reason why we wanted to have a new committee member to join me on it. It's really fun. Come on. So.
Can I ask you? I don't know if I can, but how long is this going? Do you think? When is who do we have from staff to tell me when this is presented to Stanford?
Well, it's the general use plan. So there is a draft EIR available. So it is in the
quarterly meetings. Is that right? Used to be quarterly. It might be more now because they're going through it.
No, actually, I'm not talking about the community committee. This is the ad hoc committee specifically on Stanford. It had started with 500 El Camino, but it's now really focused on the GUP, the General Use Plan, and we are getting into the more serious negotiating stages with Stanford. So I'd probably say it's meeting
once a month.
Probably once a month, I would think, and it's probably over the next year.
Okay. Well, it would be my great honor to join you on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Keith. Appreciate that. So by acclamation, Councilmember Keith will be joining me on the Stanford subcommittee. I know we've all been on the subcommittee at one time or another. All right. With that, let's hold on. Before we get to council member reports, we've got information items, and we do have one public comment. Is that correct, Pamela Jones? I think you had a comment on I-1, update on the library department.
Yes, good evening, and thank you all for indulging the information items. And maybe this would have been more appropriate to bring up at the beginning of the meeting. But I've really been thinking about the library, our library system, and I believe we need to have state of the art, throughout our city, and so I was thinking that probably at some point this has already been studied, but if it hasn't, maybe that now is the time to look at how we could compromise with all of the dynamics with the main library and put it over in the parking lot over here with, a floor, 2 levels below for parking. So it'd be between the police station and over there. So everything would be centrally located. We would have all the open space over here. So if future that was housing or whatever, it wouldn't conflict with whatever's going to happen with Ravenswood. But if that idea hasn't been brought forward, maybe it's something to be considered. Because we really need to find a solution so that we can, meet our needs for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And by the way, I think we have that topic on an upcoming agenda fairly soon, so stay tuned on it. Thank you, Pamela. All right, let's go to, I do want to thank staff for the preparation of the information reports. And I know they're gone, but I do want to acknowledge and say that I read them and I appreciate their work. All right. All right, council, let's see. Term limits items. So I think we decided to put that to the committee to decide, and that may come back if it's not included in the charter, correct? I think that's kind of the direction we said. I don't want to get into it, but
it's just a matter of bringing it back for conversation, but okay. I think through that committee's fine, and they can come back and we can have the conversation. I think that's a perfect vehicle.
Okay.
Either way, I think this council should just weigh in and whatever the answer is.
Okay, great. Council member reports. Council member Carlton.
I have a great report, and then I have a follow-up question. We found a really good place. For the first time, I'm actually excited about the golden arches that we're building. And
the gates.
The gates. And, before they were kind of in an awkward place, and we went actually out with staff with measuring tape in hand and found on the corner where the library is.
At Alma and Ravenswood.
Yeah, they can fit over the sidewalk. So as you're entering the park, it's very welcoming. You actually already have landscaping and bushes there, so it looks like it's kind of framed nicely. I reported that back to the Historical Society. They think it's a fantastic location. They're really excited. Does that council approved it pending location? We found a location. The Historical Society has approved the location. Does that have to come back to council now, or does it just go forward? What happens now?
So my recollection of the council's direction on that item was that we return with a report.
It comes like on the consent calendar so
Correct.
everyone sees and has a chance to look at it.
Yeah,
okay.
In fact, I
so
think it's on the May 22nd consent.
May 22nd. Okay, great. So I was going to report back that I reported back to the Historical Society, and they love the idea.
Perfect. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Any other council member reports? Councilmember Keith.
Thank you. As you all know, I went to China. You probably read about it. And I just wanted to report out. I'm sorry I couldn't report out when I got back because we ended at 11:30 the Tuesday night, and everybody had to leave and had expressed that. And then I didn't want to report out when I was not here, so I did not report out over the phone. So I'm happy to report out now. And very briefly, because I know the hour. I went to China. The trip was on my own time. No taxpayer dollars were used. No official duties were performed. I know there was a study session on Facebook, so there were no votes taken. And I know I've talked to Mr. McIntyre, and we will be talking about Facebook Village for a long time to come and be able to give lots of input on that. So there was no vote that was missed on that. I would have loved to have called in, and I had talked to Alex McIntyre about calling in, but China, as you all know, is 15 hours ahead of us. So when you started on Tuesday night, I was already leaving, and I was not able to. So it was something that I talked to him about, but it was not possible to do. So I'm sorry, I couldn't join you. I would have, as you know, I have in the past when I've been in D.C. and just now from Kauai. I also heard from the greater community who thanked me for taking a broad regional and world view, and they appreciated the fact that Vice Mayor Mueller was the first mayor to go to China back in 2014, and that Councilmember Carlton has gone as well. And they appreciated the fact that we're looking regionally and taking a broad view about ideas around the state and the world. So that's all I have to report out. Thank you.
And Peter's going to Japan next month.
That's right. Yeah, good. Okay, thanks.
So maybe we can get the airfares down. Unbelievable. Anyway, any other reports? Okay. All right. So I think we are adjourned until May 22nd. Thank you, everyone. Good work.